Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Watching the Watchers Wednesday. Hopefully, a consistent Wednesday stream that I will be able to do soon. Of course, that is real life job schedule permitting, because I never know if I'm going to have a whole day Wednesday or half a day Wednesday or, any Wednesday at all. Maybe Wednesday doesn't exist that week because that's how restaurants work. Restaurants fucking suck when you're on the backside of them. But anyway, this is going to be a new thing I'm trying out. I'm going to be using Nightbot as a queue system. Once I get started, I'm going to open up the queue, just like Tony does for viewer games, except type join or exclamation point join once I open the queue, and you'll be put in order. And I'll go through one person at a time. Use Halo Infinite to look you up, find one of your recent games. I'll let you pick which game to go over, obviously. Out of, I think, 12 recent games I can look at. You pick which one I look at. We go over it VOD review style, even breaking out the TAC maps. And after that, move on to the next person. If somehow I end up with a metric fuck ton of people trying to hop in on this, I'll definitely be giving priority to subscribers just because gotta make that bag. It's just how life is. Yay, money, capitalism, etc. But I'm gonna get started probably closer to 11 for right now. I'm just gonna be chilling for a little bit. I'm probably about to play a matchmaking game while I wait on more people to get involved. So even though I said first come first serve, I did say I'd be going live around 11, so I wanna give people some time to filter in before we absolutely get started with this. Right now, play a game of Halo Infinite. Assuming I can find a game. But for those of you out there in the chat, how are you today? How is life? So big shout out to Paramedic Poppy and Boshimus, who subscribed while I was not even streaming ahead of this Watching the Watchers Wednesday. And if you're wondering, how's a Diamond 4 player gonna tell me how to play better? I can't aim for shit, okay? If my gun skill were any better, I would not have a problem at all. I'm an old man, I have old hands, and even before then, I couldn't aim for shit, so it's very hard to climb when you can't shoot straight. Typical Halo Infinite fashion, it looks like we're going to be staring at the queue for a long period of time. But hello, people. Don't be afraid to chat. We'll say hi back. I won't ignore you and pretend you do not exist. That is not how you build a community. Look, if you've been practicing your aim, then you're already in a better position to climb than I am. I've just got old man fingers. And on top of that, my body doesn't produce dopamine correctly, which means my hand-eye coordination is kind of shit. Which is amazing. I work in a kitchen, and I have never cut myself with a knife while working in the kitchen. Knock on wood. I've cut myself on all sorts of other things. Shrimp tails, the edges of just plastic containers. Just the most random shit you can think of. Yesterday, I stabbed a fucking toothpick through my hand in the middle of a shift. But I've still never cut my hand with a knife at work. Knock on wood. And apparently Halo is saying, you know what, we're not going to find you a game. So, well, give it about 2 more minutes and then I will open up the queue. One of the general things I try to do to practice my aim is just try to be more aware of what I am shooting at when I'm in matchmaking. Like, part of the reason I can't aim for shit is because impulse control, I'm just like pulling the trigger as rapidly as possible, not making sure it's actually targeted first. But I've also been doing a lot more weapon drills lately. Like I've actually gotten better at them, so I think I am getting a little better at aiming, but in general I still just suck. Give this one more try, just a couple minutes. Just one game, 343. Watch, they're gonna give me a fucking oddball game that's gonna go all 3 rounds. If that does happen, I will open up the queue during the game at some point. The nuclear Luke, Coilote, how are you guys doing? I'm just pronouncing that like it's coyote, but with an L in the middle of it. If I'm pronouncing your names incorrectly at any point, feel free to correct me. I'm capable of learning. Wow. What do you do for a job? 343 hates me today. Okay, we're doing Fiesta. I'm gonna learn from Collect and be a Fiesta streamer today. Spectral driving. So you do like blueprints and shit. Use a lot of computer-aided design tools and such. It's far more exciting than working in the restaurant industry. My mom actually tried to get into that point, but she mostly did it just as a hobby at home. She like bought a bunch of the CAD systems because she had done CAD stuff while she was in high school a long time ago, back in the fucking 80s. And then she just like would design houses and blueprints in the middle of her fucking life, or just like in her downtime. So we're playing one Fiesta game, then we're gonna get on with the VOD review. 343 didn't want me to play any ranked matchmaking today.
Fiesta.
Oh yeah. Catalyst is... I'm so sad Catalyst is gone, you guys.
Beat him to a pulp, Spartan.
God damn it. Fucking grapple sword right off the start. fucked, my guy.
Kind of blowing my mind right now.
Got boom blocks today.
Tango's closing in.
I got him weak for you guys. Finish him. Oh yeah, pulse carbine and a sentinel beam. This is how you shit on kids right here.
This thing is crazy dangerous.
Give me a weapon.
Dude. Dude.
Oh, my heart is pounding. And I don't even have one.
Double kill.
We're doing pretty good, huh?
Good boy. Kill.
Hell yeah. Grab a sword is fair. No, I jumped. Shouldn't have jumped. Got top middle right now. You got him. Go after him, Spartan.
Lost the lead. Another one down.
I'll teach you not to screw with us.
Fucking Hydra.
Gained the lead. Kill. Halfway to victory.
I just went some fucking vicious. Oh, one of them quit.
This gives us an edge.
Oh, come on, man. What a fucking rocket.
Fucking needle to death by a bot. Very good job, buddy. Dude, Joe, good morning. Playing one Fiesta and then opening up the queue.
Oh.
Damn. And then after that second one. One more top mid, one shot. He's behind the combo. Why did he have more nades? He threw them all already. Tragic.
Quick! Get cover! Boy, get skewer!
Oh. Whoops. That was a 343 bot. Fucking headshotting me with a shock rifle. This is...
Oh, you're so lucky, dude. Oh my god, you're so lucky. Fuck, man.
Victory!
Yeah. 343 Forge Lord is cracked. But we came away with the victory. We did it, guys. Mission accomplished. Apparently Nightbot left the channel, so give me 1 minute. Okay, so if you want any of your recent games reviewed, just type !join. That will throw you in the queue. I'm going first come, first serve until the queue happens to fill up. If suddenly I get like 80 viewers and everybody's trying to hop in, anybody that's subscribed will get priority over that. But for right now, first come, first serve, just type !join and we'll start going over some film. Look at you, Joe, you little bastard hopping right in. Let's see. Game is broken. In 1 moment, I gotta figure out how to actually view your profile. Because they won't let me just search for a gamer tag. I'm going to invite you just so I can look at your profile. I feel like that's probably the easiest way for me to handle this. There we go. Alright, which one do you want me to look at first, Joe? Recharge Stronghold. Is that this one? Okay. And as a side oh. This one? That's Slayer. You have 2 recharge strongholds. The one on the top row. Okay. And just for the people in the chat, what is your rank? All right. This is some fairly high level gameplay. Could be better, could be worse. Definitely better than where I am. All right, it actually starts off right on
We
your
need at
point of
least
view.
2 zones for this one, Spartan.
Please deny space for shock rifle off the start. And shift over after you see you're safe. Look for other sight lines. Your team got camo. Your team's off to a great start off the rip. And you know nobody came this direction, so you can get shock. But you do expose yourself for free shots to the side.
Stronghold Bravo is ours.
But then you cap B. You immediately get into space to be able to not only protect B, but get space toward A, like covering crosses, so this is good positioning. Apart from taking the unnecessary damage, this is all good play so far. And I see you have Monza in here.
First, trajectory. Accurately placed.
Unfortunately, not able to get any shots landed in there. Your teammates aren't really doing anything either. I'm going to rewind for just a bit here as you first peek into the stronghold.
First,
We won't go back for it. There we go.
accurately placed.
Get the shock. Sorry, I've rewound quite a bit.
Stronghold Bravo is ours.
Alright. Try to get the peak shot. Don't hit it. See the player go by.
Your team scored.
First, trajectory. Accurately
Then you hear
placed.
B start to be capped. There's 2 people there, 1 person shooting you from across. There, not really anything else you could have done there other than hit your shot.
Would you like me to alert authorities?
And your team did manage to reset the stronghold, so just your pressure and moving back into the back of B helped you get this.
Simple approach. A fine.
Good double melt. Looks like they're responding to a call out of a player in
Your
glass.
team scored.
One thing I don't like here, though. Back. Why did it take me off of your point of view? Oh shit. Okay, rewound. I have completely fucked up everything. Abandon all hope, ye who enter here. Okay, going back to here. You guys get the kill here, you cap A,
Stronghold Charlie.
but there we go, that's the button I'm looking. The other teammate that was with you in A. Wait. There was another teammate in A with you, right? They're already gone. Okay, so that makes this even more problematic. You have nobody still in A, and you start pushing off of A. This means you're giving up control of those spawns. So anybody that your teammates are killing right now are just going to spawn A and be able to recapture.
Your team scored.
On the upside, your teammates didn't get any kills, so nobody spawned behind you.
Killing spree.
Exclamatory excitement.
You win a very important pip there, but somebody else flanked underneath, got into A. And your team retakes A, so you're good. At this point, I would be positioning to try to keep that player that was in C trapped in C. Because because your team are trying to make plays for 2 other strongholds.
Your team score.
I'm gonna see where your other teammate went after A. Teammate captures A and then immediately just starts sliding off of it. Like, teammate just captured A, but then nobody's gonna be blocking these spawns anymore. He is also just picking off.
Grapple shot take.
That's not really
Double
your
kill.
mistake in this case, although
Demolition radius
flying
was
right into a death is
adequate.
not ideal. Fucking good decision to go make sure Lynx isn't getting pushed on A.
Grenade successfully
3
deployed.
nades, and you managed to light up camo, but camo's
Double
back
kill.
to being hidden. So I want to rewind for just a second. The previous. All right.
They must see.
One other thing that needs to be pointed out during this: the time you're making this fly to top glass play is 158. You should be hanging back a little bit, focusing on getting space around camo. Dude, you weird fucking cat. You should be hanging back, making sure your team has pressure around camo. This player top glass isn't really a problem at the moment, because if they drop to B, the only thing they're going to accomplish is taking B and losing camo. And if they lose camo, you can just retake B pretty easily.
Grapple shot take.
So you just
Double
kind of
kill.
fly into a free death
Demolition
that also
radius
gives up
was
control of camo.
Adequate.
That ends up kind of costing your team quite a bit as a result. You do almost make an excellent play against that camo player, though.
Grenade successfully deployed.
Double
Now your team
kill.
are 4 dead, though. So you're about to lose everything. You're gonna spawn C. Rattlecan's making a good play to try to get space on the map.
Your team score.
I'm not really sure about just sitting C plat right after spawning after going 4 dead while you're trip capped. Unless the plan is to play for B right here. It looks like that's what you and Rattlecan are doing. But you should be getting space into control for your team so that whoever spawns behind you has safety to capture C.
Shot calling.
But nobody pushes C behind your teammates, so this isn't necessarily a bad play. Rattlecan's died twice now.
Hail Mary.
That shot, or that plasma grenade landed right at your feet. It actually didn't look like it was right by you when it blew up, but them's the breaks. You're looking for angles
Plasma
on
grenades
players that can
acquired.
shut down your teammates. This is good. Great. Good job uncommitting from that fight as soon as it seemed like your teammate had the kill. I like this rotation from Monza, like with the shock rifle. Pretty sure it's a girl. But they had thin top glass. They've now rotated all the way to A. So they're, while you think you're making pressure play onto the shock rifle, you're actually not. Shock rifle's safe in A. Still holding these crosses. And because your 2 teammates have pushed into A, and you and the other teammate have blocked glass, now everybody that, or the one person that you did trade off killing in top glass has spawned behind you. So I want to rewind for just a minute. This is something
Plasma grenades acquired.
that I don't think you can really pick up without communication, but it is important to kind of be aware of. The moment you guys kill this player, you need to figure out where your 2 teammates are that aren't on your side. And they're both making it pretty clear they're about to push for A. So it's not actually a bad play for you to give up on your push and back up to C to guarantee you don't get this player spawning behind you.
Perfect.
And at this point, like once C has started to be captured, you should just be dropping into B. Like you need to draw attention away from wherever the rest of the team are to try to set up more plays for your team. Which somebody else spawned in B for you, so it doesn't really matter what you did.
Stronghold Bravo is ours.
Disregard that
Enemy
last bit.
team scoring.
Player that died in glass
Active
spawned
camo
directly
inbound.
in the stronghold.
Active camo. Inbound.
Active camo available.
None of your teammates are looking at
First,
camo
trajectory.
except for Lynx, it looks
Accurately
like.
placed.
Camo's about to be flipped over.
Stronghold Alpha.
And you were trapped.
Is out.
Yes, call me
Your team
Dackle
scored.
Cree. Just type exclamation point join and I'll throw you in next in the queue.
Well-placed Plasma.
Repulsor obtained.
Stronghold Alpha is ours.
Enemy team scoring.
You guys had A and B. You're calling out for your teammate. There's player's glass. And right here, you should definitely just be prioritizing watching this cross. Getting that information on the player control doesn't really do you any good. And all you end up doing is taking some free damage. So now you're at a disadvantage on any fights that come through. Rattlecan's on a decent flank. Never mind. Rattlecan's dead.
Cash ore.
And then you push up, and you give up your position on A. And now you've opened up all of this space for A. Like, switching over to Stronghold's recharge. Regardless of what happens in control right here, you are more important being alive in A than this one kill inside control, which you end up not even knowing there's a second player up there. So by the time you push in to go for this traded off kill, you've not only given up your position and opened up these spawns for if any kills do happen, but you've put yourself in a 1-on-2 that you weren't aware of. You'd be much better off just staying in A, watching the crosses to try to make sure your team doesn't lose B, and then dealing with any push that comes across after that. Your teammate had a decent flank that didn't get converted into anything because he got 1v2'd, but at that point, his play is chalked. You need to not commit to it. Now those two players are able to cross for free. You guys trade AC. Hopefully your two teammates are looking at B from C while they're capping.
We've captured Alpha.
And good play by you to immediately make sure you're protecting B after you spawn. You refill your grenades. That's something that's so underrated. Just after you've used your grenades, grabbing more grenades. Unfortunately, you get shocked.
Perfect.
Oh, shock
Enemy
rifle's going
halfway
off.
to victory.
Rattlecan, it's
Double
up to you to
kill.
stop this shock rifle
Active
player.
camo. Inbound.
Remote
And now your team
detonation.
are staggered on deaths. You need to play super slow. Because you and one other teammate both died back to back from the shock rifle. And then immediately after that, your next two teammates die as you spawn. In this situation, it is extremely important that you do not take any damage, you do not die, you do not get yourself trapped. Because if that happens, you're just going to stay staggered and it's going to be a 4-on-2 for a long period of time. And that's how you just lose complete control of a game.
We've captured Bravo.
Your team scoring.
Active
You did a
camo.
good job right here.
I gotta
You
ask,
waited.
What's
Got
a
a pick.
BXR?
I like the grenade on the wall. Even though it did a little bit of damage to you, like it completely denied that player's ability to push. Jiggle peeked as best as you could, but nobody else on your team was in position, and now your team has lost camo again. This is more of a you're doing everything in your power, and nobody else is really in position to help. Shizant is going off with that shock rifle in Whirlpool.
Plasma grenades acquired. No substitute for hot metal.
And I like this awareness from you. Using your death cam, you saw your teammate was just in a fight. You killed one player in there and then died right after. You start looking directly at where your teammate just died as soon as you spawn. And you get a lot of uncontested damage on that player in B.
Captured Alpha.
Excellent grenade.
Stronghold Charlie
But
is
unfortunately, that still goes over. You should... Oh, no, never mind. There's 2 players there. You played that really well. Your teammate died, unfortunately. Now, there are 3 players all at B. Or at C, rather, pushing into control.
Harness the lightning.
Perfect.
It's giving me audio for every single player at this point.
We've captured Bravo.
Guys, I'm gonna use A. Fight back for it. But right here, you've got 3 players on your team all going toward A. One of you should break off. You basically left this player out on an island. Shit, it rewound. I do not know the proper controls for this. Fast forward. Take B. Fly into A. You guys got 3 kills, I believe. Can't check the scoreboard in this either. They really need to fix these theater controls. But you guys are blocking A. You're blocking top glass. You should know they're going to be spawning C. Last player alive is in control. So one of you should be breaking off back into Whirlpool to get pressure on the players that should be spawning C in just a minute. I'm going to kind of slow play this. See if those players actually spawn there, because there is actually a chance they spawn in pipes as well, because nothing is blocking this, which is another reason one of the 3 of you should be breaking off back into Whirlpool, is to make sure you don't leave this corner of spawns open. But it also gives you control of like pressure on those spawners. There's 2 players in long haul. They've split different directions. Now I'm going to go back to your point of view. Rewind just a bit. You led the charge into control. But there's... I actually do like this, because you pushed out past your teammates to make sure you're getting space. But there's not really anything you gain out of taking control of control there. And then just pressuring this player at control. Every bit of damage you take is a step closer that they are to being able to push past this barrier. Because control itself is essentially just a wall between A and C, if each team has control of it. So if you push into control and you take damage and you're forced out, you've opened up that space to your teammate. But by just not ever peeking through, you keep your shields. They can't really go across as long as your team has top glass. And in this case, your team had top glass. So by you pushing in here, you're getting rid of the power of this cross and taking damage yourself. And you get forced to low ground, which at least you are playing for camo at this point. Nobody pushed ahead of you. Like you're able to grab this pretty easily.
Available. They can't see you if your eyes are closed.
And I do like this immediate aggressive play with camo instead of just backing down.
Gauntlet, full heart.
Enemy team is capturing everything.
Your team scored.
Really good reaction out of Slizzard there. You got kind of fucked by that melee. I'm gonna rewind. I was gonna mention, you've been pretty ineffective with this camo up to this point because you haven't seen or shot anybody. I feel like you could have assassinated the player on C.
Attack.
But that player getting the melee on you is super unfortunate. Good reaction time out of them.
The enemy
And
has
then-
captured Charlie.
I'm gonna rewatch this one last time to see if you had any ability to not be in their sight line. Like you are blinking, so you're not fully camoed again yet. And you just happen to run right in their immediate point of view. This is something I brought up when I was talking about Gilkey's camo usage with French Toast Mafia yesterday. One of the most important things you can do while you have camo is try to never be in front of another Spartan's eyes so they don't get the chance to see your little glimmer. Anytime you see someone on your screen, try to skirt around them as much as you can. You end up going in a straight line toward him as soon as you adjust, but he did see you, so I don't think you would have been able to get away in this situation. But whenever possible, make sure you're trying to like skirt around the vision.
The enemy has captured Charlie.
No substitute for hot metal.
Yeah, that player getting a melee is super unfortunate in that situation.
Bravo is ours.
You guys have A and B again. Once again, your teammates are all just holding forward out of A into control as soon as you tap A.
Perfect.
Grapple shot acquired.
Down shots, good job backing down.
Stronghold Bravo.
That player Shakti should have gone to needle so he could see what you were shooting at.
Stronghold Charlie is.
And with Lynx dying, Shakti should be rotating back toward A. Just so you guys can continue to hold AC. You're fucked. You're 100% fucked right here.
Double kill.
And I don't really know if there's anything better you could do here, so I'm gonna rewind just a bit.
Stronghold Bravo
Alright,
is
so
ours.
your teammate didn't take an angle to help you there. You guys cap C.
Stronghold.
One little bit here. You stayed in that stronghold with a teammate that was definitely already capping it when you had the idea to move to A. And because your teammate was already dead ahead of you, you need to either be going fast or not going at all. In this case, you hesitated, and that sets up this play from the other team, where if you had not hesitated at all, you're ahead of this grenade. Like, you are in the door as that's being thrown. But instead, you're landing with it perfectly at your feet and two players on the other team staring at you. And it's all because of that slight hesitation, so be a little faster. If someone's already capping the stronghold, get the fuck out. Let them finish it, you go ahead and...
Perforated.
Your team scoring.
Footsteps are probably
Your
the main
team
thing that gave me
scored.
away there, though, just because people sound like elephants in this game still right now.
Active
I like the
camo
choice to go
inbound.
for the repulsor. Tried to melee your teammate.
Active camo available.
Taking a different angle.
Triple kill.
We got a triple kill.
Captured Bravo.
Your team get the triple kill?
Perfect.
Right here, this is not something for you to be doing, but the player that's in control. You guys have A and B being captured. You already have C captured. This player should be getting pressure on those C spawns as fast as possible.
Your team scoring.
We've captured Alpha. Great.
Double kill.
And this is good awareness from you that A spawns opened up. You rotate back into them.
No need to
And
tune
you
that
clean up that
spread.
player. You guys reset C. This is perfect right here.
Nearing victory.
I'm gonna rewind after this play settles out because I want to see how you guys managed to win that 1v2 at C.
Double
Or
kill.
if there were shots flying in from B to make it not a 1v2. But
Stronghold
at this point, as
Charlie
long as you
lost.
guys keep B empty, you win. So all you have to do is stare at long haul.
Victory.
Doesn't really matter.
We've captured Alpha.
Alright, so
Great.
guys Cap A, cap B.
Attack.
Who was it I want to look at? Which is it? Wait, did it rewind again? Your top A. Any team's about to start capping. Oh, it keeps flipping the colors. That's confusing as fuck. Alright, so what does Lynx do to stop
We
this?
captured Alpha. Great.
Somebody jumped out,
Double
they took
kill.
damage. Other person just died on their own, I guess.
gone.
A good play from Lynx to immediately reset C when they could. Go back to control to make sure they're helping with the other push. And because Shakti died, players can be spawning glass now, so just keep watching B for
Nearing
Lynx here.
victory.
Keep dealing damage. And backs up to make sure they protect C once they can't protect B anymore. So really good overall play from this player in this
Double
situation.
kill.
But that is all for your film today, Joe. Mostly the notes I have is making sure you stay controlling spawns after capping a stronghold. Like if your team are getting up on the map, like one of the players on the team needs to make sure you're not abandoning A. Don't put so much priority on pushing into control if your team have A and B, because all that does is put you into a piv, and if you lose that piv, you lose A. Like it just turns into a snowball effect. Holding those crosses between A and glass is so strong, and then once you get picks, then you can work on trying to get positions. If you want to go for the trip cap at C, then go for C a lot more. In general, if it comes, like, you shouldn't be trying to go reset a stronghold that the enemy team is already in general. But as far as defending, if you're around A or glass and you guys have A and B, holding those two crosses together is extremely strong. And especially in unorganized play, it's very hard to break because there are so many steps to be able to like get the necessary damage and players back down that an AB hold on recharge is extremely strong the more mistakes your opponents make. And like I'm still not a there's only one setup you should ever play in strongholds. Like in any situation, that's never the case. I'm always a a proponent of play around where you're strongest on the map at any given time. But if you're able to hold those two crosses and both teams are 4 alive or it's 3-on-3 or whatever, don't open up space for your opponents to be able to get opportunities. And I will be right back. Call me daddy. I will get your information so I can find your gamer tag in just a minute. Actually, post your Xbox Live gamer tag or your Microsoft Live gamer tag in the chat, both you and JerryCom42, and I will add you guys when I get right back. Hit a 1-minute ad, quick restroom break, and then I will be back. El Flama Bianca is certainly a name. See if I can find those. Here you go. All right. Bianca, what game are we looking at for you out of these 12? Streets or Live Fire Slayer? All right, we'll look at the Street Slayer. And as a reminder for those of you in the chat, if you want any of your game films reviewed, already loaded the Streets Flat or the Street Slayer. I can go back if you would rather me do the Aquarius flag. But for those of you in the chat, if you want one of your films reviewed, just type !join. If you enjoy the content I am making, because I also review pro gameplay for the majority of my streams. But if you enjoy the content, if you want any of your films reviewed, anything along the sort. But if you want me to be able to do this more often, and you're able to support in any way, shape, or form, hit that Amazon Prime sub button. Or if you have disposable income that you would like to throw at me, just hit the regular sub button.
Fatalities give points. Points give
Go right
victory.
for the power weapon. This is a good start. Spending a lot of time looking at angles that don't have anybody right off the start, but then you do immediately find targets, you start finding kills. This is a little bit of a risky play to drop down after dealing that damage on the player. Another option you have is anytime you get into melee range with somebody you're up on shots, especially if you have a power weapon, you're running the risk of getting rid of not only the space you're controlling, but also the fact that you have better resources. But the fact that you had high ground on this player, and you see they only have one option after you've dropped them to no shields, like they're going to be like hiding in this corner. You can fly out and jump, staring back at where they're going to be hiding. That way you keep your distance, you are already up on shields, so this should be an easy kill without getting a melee damage trade. If he hit one more shot before he gets that melee, this turns into a trade. Stalker rifle is on the ground, and the upside, your teammate would be the closest one to pick it up. But it's still pretty risky play to go for that melee right there.
Nothing satisfies like a 3-round burst.
And rockets are still on the ground, so you're a little bit late to doing this, but you do get the right idea of going back to look at rockets because they're still on the ground. And you very fortunately survived that rocket.
Fine kill.
Your teammate gets them, so this is good overall for your team. Also, El Flama Bianca, what is your rank at the moment, just out of curiosity? So it helps me frame like what kind of input I'm going to be giving on stuff. Player cutting the map, your teammates are all controlling the other side. But in this situation, you're getting angles that will help your teammates push. Like you've got an opportunity. If you win the fight on either of these first two players, like, you've got to set up for a potential triple kill because of the weapons you have, the angle you're taking. Now, in this situation, before I even start playing again right here, you see one player that's looking at you and one that's not. So obviously you should be prioritizing the player that is looking at you in order to force either kill them and then clean up the player that. Sorry for the sudden stop in talking. I'm trying to make sure it's not rolling an automatic ad. Okay, so in this situation, like I was saying, you have two players in front of you. One of them is looking at you, which means he can fight you right now. And the other one, although he's weaker, he's not looking at you, so he is not in this individual battle with you. You should prioritize the player that is looking at you, especially since you have Stalker Rifle. If you hit all three of your shots, you're going to be coming out of this still, at worst, like 2-3 shots in from him, and you still have enough of an advantage that you can clean up that second player. So we'll see how you end up playing this. And instead of dealing with the player that's shooting you, you focus on the top player who's weakened but not able to fight you. So as a result, even if you get this kill, you're essentially committed to trading yourself because you're going to die to this player down low. And you end up not even getting the kill on the player up top. So in this case, it's a matter of target prioritization. You need to prioritize the higher threat in a situation like this, and the higher threat is the one that can actually shoot you back. You're taking an angle to go help your teammate. You should see your teammates looking that way, so you have the knowledge to go straight into PD in this situation, which you do. This is a situation where a lot of people talk in in matchmaking about how they need comms in order to play. One of the best things you can do is just see where your teammates are shooting. Like, if you see or hear your teammate is firing, figure out what they're looking at and take an angle to be able to influence that fight. You did that here. It's a great play. You fly out into a fight that someone else is already fighting, so this is good help. And you try to play your life after being down shot, so you play this fairly decently. I'm going to rewind it to just run it through again. Unfortunate you didn't get that kill. You had an opportunity to. Sometimes shots don't hit. I know firsthand, sometimes your shots don't hit on what should be a kill. You end up missing out on it. Then you're down shots on this other player, and you still pretty early peek out. You should be hugging this cover a little bit closer and starting out the fight with exactly what you did after you ran out of cover. Like, the first grenade is not what I'm talking about, but the second one, this right here is the right play that you should have done earlier in this engagement. Just stay behind that cover, force him to come to you. Instead, you jump out of cover again after throwing that second grenade. You could have bought a lot more time for yourself, but for the most part, you had the right idea in that fight. It was just kind of misexecuted.
M41 Spanker inbound.
That was excellent grenade. Unfortunately, that player had a shotgun, so he was able to make a better play. Another good grenade just barely misses. Now, the rockets are up. So, where is everyone else? I'm going to rewind because it said rockets are up. And further. Fast forward. Rockets are coming up right now. Trying to see if someone grabbed those when they spawned. Alright, so there was a player on the other team that got them. And you actually just barely missed being able to see that player run by, too. This was a hell of a challenge. You just fly out into open space. It's great that you win this piv. But you're just like standing out in the open. This is very risky play. Again, doesn't matter if you can win those fights. You're just opening up space for your team by winning that fight.
For hot metal.
And unfortunately, you get back down by grenades and end up having to go back into open space again. Something else you could have done instead, just stay behind this generator. Maybe bank grenades off the top of it to force it so that player that you saw in Cafe can never come to re-challenge, because there's going to be grenades blowing up in their face if they try to. They were weak when you first saw them, so they're definitely not going to run into a grenade in this situation. And that keeps you from having to back up into the opportunity for players on the other side of the map to shoot you. On your death cam, you get information there's a stalker rifle top C. So you definitely don't want to expose to that. You hear shots coming from planners, you go to help your team. 4 good shots. Player went all the way to B. And off this, you get the information that stalker rifle player is still top C. So you have a lot of knowledge on where you're safe. Just off the virtue of there's one player dead, you know the stalker rifle is top C, and then there's a player that just ran into B. You don't know where the last player is, but you know that the only places that are really covered right now is this tiny little sliver of space here, and this open space here, this open space here. Other than that, you're free to completely go to planners to try to hunt down this player that's in B, get that pick, and then your team can focus on melting that player top C after that. That's the information you get just off what you've seen in the last few seconds. But you being hesitant to push off of planners here is making it so it's harder for your team to be able to collapse on this player at B.
Approach. A fine kill.
Pretty sure your teammates just killed that player B, but there was a trade over there. And now you're not in position to help the other player that's isolated. You're just making a solo push, which this isn't necessarily a bad thing. You actually end up making a great play here, especially since you're hunting down that last stalker rifle player. I'm having a hard times. I'm getting tongue twisted because of the word stalker rifle. I'm going to call it red gun from now on. The player that had the red gun has completely gotten away. No idea where they went. Right here, once that player ducks around the corner, you either know they're going to be dropping down and running away, or they're just hiding in that corner. If they hide in the corner, you should be banking your grenade up here just to flush them out even further. You do still have one frag grenade on this push. There we go, this is what I needed.
Lost the lead. Halfway to victory.
Demise.
Double kill.
Welcome to the stream,
Put a
welcome
shot
to the
through their
queue.
heart.
Spanker, inbound.
I will keep that in mind when I get there, Demise. Right now, you see the little red flare, you know this guy's got red gun. But one thing about the pulse carbine is as long as your reticle tracks after the bullets are in the air, it's going to curve and hit that player. So in this situation, as you're backing up into cover, you can go ahead and fire a burst, look at the player as you duck behind cover. Then once you're behind cover, those shots may still end up hitting.
Spanker available.
So you don't need to like fully challenge in this situation. You can get that free damage without trading damage back
Killing spree.
because it is a projectile weapon.
I see a puddle.
But you do
Shall I
set up
call
your
for cleanup?
teammate for a kill there. Because you got rid of their red gun, and all it cost your team was a pulse carbine, this is a little bit of an advantage for your team. The only downside to it is trading kills while you're down kills is never great in Slayer. But with this much time left in the game, it's not necessarily like a bad trade. There you see a player bottom mid. You have to be tripped on your curb slide. I do that all the time. Here you see the player going into PD, then you see there's two there, so you wisely back down.
Shot call.
You're quiet.
And your teammates are collapsing in this situation, so you might
Double
actually... Team might actually come out ahead in this
Double
trade.
kill.
You end up closing the gap by one more kill. And then once you spawn, you see you have a teammate in tires, you have a teammate that just spawned PD, the last teammate just died over on Cafe. So you know the enemy team is going to be spawning across the map in this situation.
Celebration.
Thrusters acquired.
Got the shotgun. You see the little flame trail of the player running up to driveway, so you know you have some space up this way. One thing to bear in mind, because you don't have any teammates that are already up on planners, you don't want to go to purple in this situation because you don't have anyone controlling this space. And anytime there is a player beep out, if you run into purple, you are just either taking free damage or trapping yourself. Either way, it's not a good position to go to. So the important thing to do, like if you're thinking about going to purple, before you ever actually cross that, take a look to your left, see where your teammates are, and see if they have any ability to pressure that player on beep out, and then go for that push. Here, you play this just fine. Like, you peek, you don't look to trade shots, you back down once you realize you don't have that position, and then you go to try to help your teammates with fights further back on the map. I don't think you need to fully rotate back in this situation, because now you're just giving up space that your team did have earned. You've reopened all of this space for your team, when you could have been still choking this with your shotgun. Or you could be cutting through the middle of the map. And like if you just stayed on shotgun, this guy is just trapped right here at this point. Instead, you've kind of backtracked all the way to the edge of the map, and you're keeping yourself out of the ability to fight for the moment because you're playing too safe in this situation.
The simple approach, fine kill.
Get the kill, immediately get into cover.
On lead, full heart.
Good trigger discipline there, not to
Firing.
just immediately start
No.
shooting as soon as you saw those players, because if you had started shooting right as those two players showed up on your screen, they both turn on you. You end up getting into a 1-on-2 where you're not going to win.
Spencer. Inbound.
Okay, you can get the kill, you keep pushing, this is pretty good so far.
Caller.
Rockets are coming up right now, and you're once again skirting the outside of the map,
Friendly reminder, rocket
but
jumping
you end
is
up getting in
possible.
position to help your team get this trap. Pretty sure one of your teammates got the rockets, not 100%. If you still have shotgun ammo right here, you should have your shotgun out, turning this corner, but only have 2 bullets, is probably fine.
Racking up the accolades.
Now you guys have tied it back up. And in this situation, you see your teammates are 3-man pushing one side. You have shotgun, stalker rifle is up. You should definitely not be sticking with your teammates in this situation. And it looks like you're not going to be, so you're doing a good job. Essentially, what you're doing at this point is playing weak side, so you want to not be visible to your teammates. You want to either hang back right here, watch crosses through the middle, try to get position top C where you can look to what they may be running into top A. but you want to do so in a way that if anybody pushes purple, they don't get to shoot the side for free. Switch back to Halo Infinite for this. I'm going to pop into Flycam to give you some ideas of what I'm talking about. Like, if you're back here with the Stalker rifle, anybody that tries to go laundry or tires, like from middle, you get free shots in. Your teammates will be able to clean that up pretty easily. You don't want to be fighting down this lane because then you're in a one-on-one where you're not going to have any help under any circumstance. But if you come over here, like you use this wall to make sure no one that comes purple can see you until they're already on you. But you get there and you just look across the map, you see this player that's top A, you can melt his shield, get some damage in him, so as soon as your teammates get to planners, they're able to follow up the fight on that player. Or even better, like you get shots in that player and he can no longer help his teammates. Don't know how to make myself go any faster because the previous Forge mode or theater mode controls don't apply. Like this player back PD is not in the fight, but your teammates are going to be able to fight a one-on-one on this player if you're able to back the player down here up. These are just the thoughts before this play unfolds. We'll see what you end up doing. You're just crouched in Ivy. So essentially, again, you're taking yourself out of fight. Oh, okay. Gotcha. But you were playing in this game as we're talking about it? Okay. Okay.
Lost the lead.
That is unfortunate timing then.
They must seek medical attention. Brutes, at work.
That is very
Neighborhood
unfortunate
watch in
timing.
effect.
Respect the grind to be watching the stream and also playing. It did cost your team quite a bit, unfortunately.
The simple approach, a fine kill.
You fly to try to help your team. That's bottom C. It's good. And that player that's out in the open, you're making the right decision to just completely leave him, let him run to you. You disengage from the fight. Unfortunately, you re-peek while you have a teammate right there.
Caller.
Plasma grenades obtained.
That's your last kill of the game, but there's still a game to be played. You get Stalker Rifle, rockets are coming up kind of soon, but because of what the score is, you don't actually want to consider going for these rockets. You want to be able to bait those rockets for your
Spanker,
team.
inbound.
And unfortunately, your two teammates die before you can get in position to help them. That's not really anything you can do to win that. Apart from the stopping an Ivy for 30 seconds to interact in the stream, pretty good gameplay overall. Just make sure you're trying to be a bigger influence on the map whenever you can, but also that when you do get into a situation where someone else is either on equal footing with you or ahead on you, you play your life sooner and don't just expose yourself unnecessarily. There are a few situations throughout this game where you had enough information to know somewhere was safe, and then you still didn't take control of that space, or you gave up space. So it gave your opponents more opportunities to come back in the game when you did start to get a lead. And then, of course, the pausing in Ivy, can't really say anything about that. You were in a great position, though, so it was really unfortunate timing for you to be making that stop. But other than that, those are the notes I have on this game. Thank you for joining the queue. And we will move on to the next player, which was Jerry Con 42. Said Demise, your name is the same on Strongholds recharge should be 8th on the list. Gotcha. Game has disappeared. Completely disappeared. Am I blind? Okay, your name has disappeared from me. Where'd it go? Guess you're on here. Ah, there it is. Not an idiot, I promise. Strongholds recharge. Perfect. And what rank are you for context on this game? Okay. Checking to make sure the queue is still working. Awesome. Game is started. I'm going to pause. I'm going to grab some water real quick. I'm not hitting an ad or anything. I'm just grabbing some water. Be right back, guys. Alrighty. Again, anybody else hanging out in the stream that wants something reviewed, just feel free to join the queue. If nobody joins the queue by the time I start Demise's thing, someone else can rejoin the queue if you've already had something viewed. Well, we're starting off. Continue this. Dairycom 42.
Capture and control.
Good movement right off the start. Always love this play. I also like that you didn't actually go all the way into control for this. One risk that I find I run into whenever I try to make that slide play to go blow up the plasmas off the start. If you go all the way into control, there's often somebody just flanking you right here. So by not going in control, you don't give away information on exactly where you are. So this is a really good start for you. Melt the camo player.
Shot caller.
Back down from the player that's already ahead of you on shots. Like, this is very good gameplay so far. When you start playing for C, your opponents are already on B. You know you've killed one person on this side of the map. You don't know exactly where everyone else is. You have the information your team is one dead. And there's a player behind you also capping C. I think he just spawned here. You have the option of leaving the stronghold. It looks like he's the one leaving after. Actually, no, you're both standing in it. So one of you should be going ahead and potentially pushing out just to get more space on the map, get some pressure somewhere else. And I don't know if you could see those two players. I don't think you did, but they're already going for A. So you need to be getting to B fast. In this situation, the fastest route is to go to Trippy Box. You know, making a better play by not going Trippy Box because player top A was shooting you.
Shot caller. Captured Alpha. Your team scored.
And unfortunately, you were not able to get the space you needed. This isn't anything that you've done wrong at this point. It's just enemy team is blocking the holes you need. You're playing your life, making sure you're not just dying and giving up that space. team's one dead. Looked like you were responding to a call out. Unfortunately, shock rifle out. I wish the kill feed would show up here too.
Another trophy for the pile.
And nothing you can control here, but you had a teammate that was top glass, just immediately getting into a fight while you guys were two dead. Good grenades. And good decision to then check the cross instead of crossing. This opens up the ability for Heavy D to be able to push. And for other people in the chat, one thing I want to mention, this, I was talking earlier in Joe's review on this same game type about how people tend to just push A instead of holding the crosses. And in a lot of cases, the reason holding the crosses is so strong, especially in solo queue, is because people will just try to cross without considering checking the crossers. Here, Jerrycom, you're making a great play of actually checking for the crosshair first. You're making sure he's not able to get any damage on you. You get the first shot on him, you back him down, and not only does that make the cross open for you, it opens up the opportunity for your teammate to push him while up damage. Especially if as soon as you back him down, you start to cross. So if anybody also tries to shoot Heavy Devi on the cross, you're getting damage on them as well. You end up just completely destroying that player, so that's even better. You're taking the shock rifle completely off this push. You get the damage down and back down. This is still excellent play. You bullied the player that was bottom A. He then tried to contest your teammate that was top A. Your teammate gets that kill, no problem. And from what I can see, your opponents are almost all dead. Two of them coming off spawn in C. So at this point, you have the option to try to get back into C and play for the trip cap. It's a little bit risky, but because of the space your team controls, it's not super risky in this situation. This is one of the opportunities where playing for a trip cap is okay in solo queue, as long as your teammates also understand that they are the ones that need to be controlling spawns. Your life is exposed or expendable.
Active camo. Inbound.
We've captured
And
Bravo.
your opponents are super late trying to play for C. Also curious why your teammate didn't cap A here. Did he die, or did he just not care about A? And there, you stall the cap on C pretty well. Your teammate should have already had A at this point. That's really confusing on his point.
Stronghold Charlie. Lost.
But you made a good play playing for that trip cap, while also understanding that if you die, it's not necessarily a bad thing. Then Gumi is kind of scamming here. He was more important in A than he is actually going for this camo because of the control of spawns. Now he's opened up both of those lanes for your teammate, or for the opponents that are in control, to be able to push A. So because you see your teammate down here, your job is now to make sure nobody crosses top A.
Shot caller.
This is a you needed to be making up for your teammate's mistake kind of situation. And instead, you try to help him double down on his mistake. But fortunately, your opponents all just tunnel vision that camo as well, so you end up spawning A anyway.
Acquired.
Looks like your teammate also rotated A to block it quickly enough.
A. Commendation.
Your teammates are going for C. B has not been started capping yet. You recognize there are enemies in pipes. You start playing for that. I like this play. Unfortunate you didn't get the kill, but Gumi is right there. He's potentially getting some pressure on B. You guys reset that. Now I want to look at where your players are controlling spawns. You know C is open. Actually, one of your teammates just spawned C. So your teammate that's right here should be extremely aware of the fact that players are going to be spawning A. You guys have opened that. You're spawning C. This player's just come off spawn in A. if you are the player in death cam at this situation, you should be kind of trying to figure out where your teammates are blocking while you have the trip cap and try to call out spawns. Figure out what you're not blocking. In this case, you're blocking pipes. Your player's blocking red pipes there, and someone else just spawned C. So you should be like heavily stressing if you're in comms in this situation that they're going to spawn A. And interestingly enough, you end up spawning in the middle of the map, which gives you a little bit other weird information. I'm going to look through your opponent's positions right here. One player's there. Trying to blow up a grenade. One player's back pipes. You died in pipes yourself. And then another enemy was over here that just died right after you spawned. I think the last player hasn't spawned yet, but there's death influence on pipes. There's negative player influence on each of the other 3 corners. So you end up spawning in the middle of the map because of that. So by virtue of you spawning there, you should be able to tell your teammates, hey, they spawned super split. They're all over the map. I've only seen that spawn one other time, and it was in a film I was reviewing for Miquin, where he spawned there, and there were players in literally all 4 corners when he spawned there. Unfortunate awareness gap there.
Double kill.
You realize the player was behind you just a fraction of a second too late. Player ended up getting a big double kill because of
That
it.
whole Charlie is ours.
I liked it. You're focused on watching the process here. You see the top. Doing some damage. This is some advice I need to learn to take myself as well, but stop jumping. Especially in Halo Infinite. Like, older Halos, it was a little less egregious, but in Halo Infinite especially, jumping reduces your aim assist, and it also makes it easier for you to be hit. In this case, you also expose yourself to that second player a little bit more, so they were able to just completely clean you up. But that was almost entirely because of jumping. But crouching is almost always better than jumping in fights, especially if you have high ground.
Stronghold Charlie is ours.
Grenading to space ahead of the players that are potentially going to push you, so this is good.
Stronghold Bravo
Rotate
is
around
ours.
with a different angle to
Your
play your
team
life.
scoring.
Unfortunately, camo is coming up. Don't know if you were aware the camo was there. Could have been something you were looking for, although you were also playing your life and playing to flank the player C. But because camo was coming up, it made it so your position was a very dangerous one.
Active camo available.
Perfect.
WWD is going to die in B unless he goes super ham. Gandhi hopping is a thing of the past. Strong siding is even better than ever in this game.
Spree.
Burst. Trajectory. Accurately placed.
Unfortunate there. I want to rewind right here. I hate that it won't let you look at somebody who's not currently on the map. Like if their body's despawned and they haven't spawned yet. Right as you came around the corner, I think there was a brief second that player top A has run through your position. So you need to be very aware that at any given time this player can look at you and just light you up. So as a result of that, you need to be hugging this back corner a lot more tightly while you're trying to fight over here. Because otherwise you're just exposing free damage. You back up just a little bit, that player can't shoot you anymore. You still have to worry about Whirlpool, but top A is taken out of the equation if you just back up. But you stayed out too long. After you got shot once, you did back up a little bit, which is good. But then you stay running at an angle where he can shoot you for a little bit longer. And then that player whirlpool comes around the corner. And at that point, there's nothing you can do. You need to hug that corner tightly. Don't slide, because the momentum sends you even further out. And just make sure you're strong siding if you're running away.
Shot caller.
Be proud, Spartan.
Oh, the needles. The needles. Right here. Back down from the one fight where it's kind of risky. Nice. There, you know there's no way you're getting away, so you go ahead and fight the challenge. That way you make sure that player is damaged enough that they can't run out to contest anything. So this is
Your
good.
opponent was impact intolerant.
And because of that, your teammates are able to get into a fight with that same
We
player.
have captured Charlie.
Unfortunately, they don't capture B in the process. And not really much you could do in that fight. Two different players
Active
isolating
camo.
you.
Inbound.
I'm gonna rewind for just
We
a
have
little bit on this
captured
one.
Charlie.
How are you? Yeah.
We have captured Charlie.
This game bothers me sometimes. So one thing I will mention on this, your teammates are dead before you start pushing out. Like one of them is like just spawning after you come out. But by challenging this fight while your team is too dead, you're making it so you're an easy player to collapse on. Your life is super important right now. And then by dying before your teammates have come off spawn, you make it so
Active
your team
camo.
is staggered pretty
Inbound.
hard. So this is a situation where you should have
Double
definitely
kill.
not like super worried about pushing out or dealing a lot of damage. You just need to
Active
buy
camo.
time for your team to
Available.
get back off spawn.
Stronghold Alpha. Lost.
Let's myrtleize them.
Did any of that get hit by an ad? Just saw some stuff change on the screen. Nice repulsor.
Double kill.
Not sure how that's not a return to sender medal
You've
right there.
earned this, Spartan.
Great, you see those grenades coming from
Stronghold.
stairs. Once again, this is a situation where someone else is already capturing the stronghold. Although this player should be the one that's moving out. By seeing him not move and see him committing to this capture, you should go ahead and be pushing out for space on the map. Your team are guarding A and C. So you should be trying to get to B before the enemies get into it. You're going to capture this. Nothing's going to stop you guys from this. You have plenty of time to just go ahead and start getting on the map and getting space. Looks like you tripped on your
Double
curb slide.
We have captured
Good
Charlie.
job with the grenade to set up that kill. The moment this player backs down, he's irrelevant.
Shot.
Still challenges anyway. Good double kill. You cleaned out pipes. You guys have a trip cap. This is a really good start to your play. You've spawned C. You know you have teammates close to B. You can see from where you are that no one on your team is blocking A, so you should know everybody that just died just spawned A. Should have spawned A, but like they necessarily did. One of them just spawned in C. I'm very confused how A is not getting spawners. Maybe because of a fight going on right there. Players just backing up from a fight. But because you know you cannot get to A fast enough, I think the best play for you to make immediately off your spawn here would be to come to back turbine. Double check for information of anybody coming to this stronghold before you do anything else. Exactly what you do. You see that player poke
Plasma
out.
grenades acquired.
Take a grenade. You win your fight. Clear out C. Good play. Then you play for your shields before you challenge. This is the way. Fortunately, you don't win this challenge,
Charlie is ours.
but you also keep your life alive. You see a play. I want to mention one thing, just in case people in the chat aren't aware. When you just stared at this stronghold for a brief moment, you could see the AI. I'm actually going to rewind because the AI's not there anymore. You see that player run across. But notice the AI popped out, so I think his eyeballs looking over here. He's looking at this guy that was in the stronghold with him. Even if you couldn't have seen that player run across first, if he was like hiding behind this battery, eyes tell you where to throw your grenade. Unfortunately there, that player just had a better shot than you in this situation. I think you were kind of trapped where you were regardless.
Disrupted.
Off the rack. Killing spree.
You guys still have A, B.
I couldn't have done
Shots.
it without you. That is literally true.
You may get stuck
Shot
there.
call. Enemy team nearing victory.
Active camo. Inbound.
Your footsteps, so you know there's a player underneath you. You go to look and collapse on that player. Good.
Active camo available.
Bravo is
And
ours.
once your team starts losing
Stronghold
C,
Charlie is
or
ours.
starts losing B, your other teammates are capping B. You're focused on getting the power up. It's overall good play. Unfortunately, in this situation, I keep having to rewind way further than I need to. The downside of the play you made after this player goes for camo, you were the only player on your team on this side of the map, so you prioritizing control of A is kind of important. Once you kill the camo player, your teammates at C can worry about getting that camo. You need to get back into A to make sure you don't lose control of that space.
The enemy has touched.
Because while you're going after this camo,
Stronghold Charlie is
enemy spawns in A behind you. Now they're stronghold. And you're going to where your teammates are already clustered. So, bring up the map for just a second. Your team had all of this space controlled. But when you leave A to go for the camo, it turns into your team only having this. So you lose a lot of space on the map. Your opponents get A behind you because of this play. So someone spawned there. You could either be going to try to get into B ahead of your opponents or get pressure on the players that are at B to open up your teammates ahead of their push because they're on a long haul push first. You're in position to at least go boxes to get ahead of them, get into Whirlpool, fight anybody that's pipes, whatever you have to do with scammo. Or just after you kill the player, let somebody else get the camo, you immediately sprint back to A to try to get the reset in that 1v1. There's some wild camo eyes.
Captured Alpha. Great.
Good kills. Someone hopped in with you though, you're fucked.
Throw. Successful.
It's on long haul, so you know there's nobody in C at the moment. And then immediately somebody pushes C.
Stronghold Charlie is ours. Attack. Defend.
The R shots cross map, you've opened up this push for your team. You're still in an important position to protect your teammates. Keep seeing bug out of the corner of this.
Plasma grenade.
Almost a good challenge.
Stronghold Charlie lost.
Double kill. Shot caller.
We have captured
Once
Charlie.
again, your opponents get the trip cap.
Captured Alpha.
And overall, this was a great game. There are a few situations where your space control was a little off, and unfortunately, one of those flipped this game into your opponent's hands, and that was you going to grab that camo. And it's one of those subtle plays where, like, on the surface, it doesn't look like there's anything wrong with that play. You're going to get a power up. You got a kill on an important player that was trying to get that power up. But what's more important is the space control. And it gave up so much territory for your team to go after that camo because the rest of your team were all on the other side of the map, that it ultimately ended up costing you guys this game. And it's such a tiny, minuscule play that like there's nothing that consciously would seem like it's wrong about that play, but unfortunately it is the wrong play in that situation to go for the camo. And nothing was able to be stabilized after you guys lost A in that situation. So it all kind of snowballed against you after you went to go kill that player that went camo. Other than that, though, your shot's good. Your general prioritization is good. Everything else, like, you were making a lot of good plays throughout that game. It's just some very small situations where you need to either be faster at controlling space on the map, like when you see someone else is capping a stronghold with you. If they're being too stupid to go get space, like if they have camo shock and they're just sitting in the stronghold like a fucking idiot, like, you go get space in that situation. But make sure if your team are all clustered somewhere, you're not giving up whatever you have on the map. Just think of it like you're trying to paint the map all your team's color. The more of the map that's painted your color, the better your chances of winning at any given time. Of course, if you're on a situation where you know you can't get help somewhere and you have to give up the space, that's different. Or if you're in a situation where you know you can't get help, you need to try to play as best as you can to not die there. Buy time for your teammates to be able to rotate. Or if you have grenades, get that 1v2 shit on them kind of play. Overall, really good game. Not a whole lot to really correct. Just make sure you're not abandoning space. Next, we had Demise. Told me which game you wanted to look at. Live Fire, King of the... So, well, that looks like one. So, see what we look at. Demise, just double checking to make sure you're still in the chat. Angry Beavers. Oh my god, you played against President Trump.
Hill incoming.
Off the start, you play for a grenade spam opening. I like this. I never actually think to do that opening, like just go for the extra grenades off the start. I think it's a good play. Wait, is that the Vetoed?
First, trajectory.
I haven't seen him in a long time.
Enemy team took the hill.
Nice job taking down President Trump. Got sniper, you hear footsteps, you're looking for those footsteps.
Overshield available.
You wasted a lot of
rather
sniper ammo,
terrified
so
by that thing.
even when you die,
Enemy team
not bad.
took the hill.
Anyway. Oh my god, it's Bronze Billy Goat too. Holy shit. You're playing against people I used to play Big Team Battle against back in Halo 3, so this is like a nostalgia trip for me. Bronze Billy Goat is one of the original like people from Halo BTB.
Controlled. Hill controlled.
Your opponents have control of this hill. One thing I'm always hesitant about on this map is trying to go through this big door route, especially like in this situation. You can see your teammates have not pushed up on the map yet. So if you try to go to this space, there's a really good chance there's going to be somebody on nest or nest bridge that can just light you up. And even if there's not, there's usually going to be a player in the hill and a player lurking around pillars. Surprised that your opponents only have one player in the hill and it's no player. Oh, there's the other one. And this player that's coming from pillars. If you go to big door right now, you're more than likely going to be in a 1v2. So before you make this push, you should be looking to where your teammates are, figuring out if any of them are going to be in position to knock someone off of your trail here. And because there's not, it's better for you to take a longer, safer route. You should be going through bottom middle. If you're able to do the curb slide, you'll see Native Red do a lot. They hop on this ledge, curb slide all the way down through here to get through Rat Tunnel faster. And then you push through Rat Tunnel into pillars, gives you a better angle on the hill. It lets you see if there's anybody baiting the hill, and it makes sure that you're not going to be shot from the player on nest without them giving up their. But this is entirely based off where your other teammates are, because if you have nest bridge, it's perfectly fine for you to make this push. But if you don't, it's a very risky push. Instead, all that happens is you trade some shots, you get back down, your teammates still aren't in position to fight this hill yet. So you're essentially just dealing damage that doesn't matter. You end up re-peeking and imperfect timing. So this play actually works out for you, but your opponents did get the I wasn't paying attention to the timer on the hill there, so you made kind of a hero play attempt that was already doomed from the start, but you got some good kills. So.
Hill control.
You get some damage on nest bridge. You take a different route. And unfortunately, you're by yourself on this side of the map. Your teammates are all fighting on the other side, so you should be just trying to get away at this point. What did I do? Where's that button? And I'm gonna rewind for just a second, as you do get to this point on butts. When you poke out right here, this is a situation I mentioned in an earlier video review. There was a situation where somebody had two players in front of them. If you are ever in a situation where you see two targets, one of them is not looking at you at all, and the other one is staring dead at you, prioritize the player that can actually hurt you. You want them to not do damage to you more than anything else. Did a good job getting away from this, and then jumped right back into fire and almost died.
Your team about to score.
I like, although you end up dying here, one thing I do like that you're doing is, even while you're low shields, you're trying to keep pressure up to enable your teammates to push. This is really good aggressive play.
Deploying prey.
Unfortunately, you do die because you haven't gotten your shields back in that situation. It is something you have to be careful with.
Hill incoming.
But
Hill ready.
As a general like concept, knowing when you can peek in and challenge and actually doing so is good to keep trying. Hello, Astros22, welcome to the stream. At the moment, your team are kind of getting rolled. I wish I could look at the scoreboard. Oh, not what I want. I like that you grab the spikes before this push. Up the push, you get killed because of it.
Triple kill.
S7 sniper
Joe, thank you
inbound.
for helping out the new
You've
joiners.
outdone yourself today, Spartan. S7
Clean
sniper
up on Brian's
available.
Billy Goat.
Hill control.
And you get the
Your
kill on the
team
player trying to
about
throw
to
the spike
score.
grenade. Your team finally clears out
Hill
this hill.
controlled.
And now that you guys have this hill and you know you have a numbers advantage, you should be looking to Astros 22. No, you just have to be able to tell me your gamer tag so I can look it up. But like your team has this hill, you should be trying to get space around it, and you should know that based off where your teammates are spawn or already controlling, there's only two places that your opponents can spawn. One of them is mud, so you want to make sure you're not standing in the open in this door, so you don't take free damage. The other potential is around the dummies area or tower. So wherever you want to go from here, you need to make sure you get there fast enough that anybody that happens to spawn mud doesn't see you get there. And then it's a little risky to be going this wide, especially once you find out no one happened to spawn mud. They're probably all closer toward... Wait, you've lost the hill. What the fuck? No, you didn't. Okay, that's just the game being the game again. Got players pushing across top mid, one on cuts, one's dead, and the other one's back tower. So you want to be careful about not going too far to the side right here. You see no one spawn mud and tried to go this way, so the further you go out to the edge of the map, the further you are away from where the opponents are actually going, because they're moving away from you already. You're around here, they're already past this line. So they are closer to the hill than you are from this point. Like their lines are shorter, except for the guy that's furthest back. The one thing you should be doing at this point is trying to rotate back to your team and to time it in a way that you get a flank on them. So like that player was on the boxes and your line is still longer here to get to sandbags. So if you just start moving towards sandbags at this point, you have a perfect flank and there's an Ruby Hex. Quick, Joe, let's talk shit while they can't hear us. Roast these low-level gameplays. Ruby Hacks, welcome to the stream. Thank you for the follow. You happen to join on the perfect day today. We are going over any viewers' VODs right now. If you want any of your games reviewed individually, just type !join, and you will be the second player on the queue right now. So I could look through your recent game history and then go over your games. Right now, Demise, you end up going in a position to be able to watch sandbags. So this is good awareness from you of where the pressure actually is coming from. I think you could quietly be encroaching on this space right now because no one has been pressuring through pillars area up to this point. But for the most part, you're making sure you're not exposing yourself. The same player has just died twice. Your team are doing a decent job holding the line. But because Ceaseless Ranger has died, you should know that your team is losing space on the map. So you holding all of this space becomes a little less important because your teammates have been forced into a small hole around the hill. You need to start closing the gap that your opponents can push through. Trying to see where your opponents are at this point, though. I don't really see anybody other than the one up top. It keeps just not really giving me good outline. Anybody down here? I wish there was a faster way for me to check this. Scrolling through. Billy Goat's dead. One of E is dead. Ceaseless Ranger's ally. Okay. So in general, it looks like your team has held this push off for right now. I like that you backed up and got some more spike grenades. You're using those to deny space. This is good so far. Your teammate spawned with you on B and pushed up, so you're still playing for the space. As soon as your teammate that was guarding Rat Tunnel dies, you get back into the hill for your team. This is really good movement right now. And you use the green gun rapid fire instead of wasting the time charging the shot. Very well played to finally secure your team a hill. Now, because you have sniper, you should not be actually going out in the open right here.
Overshield available.
Hill ready.
You would be best served further back where you're looking right now, because that gives you a strong sight line to control your opponent's approach routes to the hill. Like, if you back up to right here, you're able to see basically all the way to top middle. So it covers all of the sandbags approach routes, and your teammates are freed up to basically just watch this area and just hang back on this side of the hill, so they're in a safe. Meanwhile, if anybody comes down through key door, you can just drift over a little bit. You can pop them off key door. You have a lot of options available to you right now. And unfortunately, you get pinned right here. Your opponent's being super aggressive right now. Very well played VR fight. Good double kill. Ran out of snipe ammo, so you drop for an AR. This is great. You immediately go for the hill while your teams still have numbers. Right now, you're the player in the hill, so you should prioritize keeping your shields. It doesn't really... Like, until your team have players just in position to help you with this fight, you should prioritize your life.
Spike grenades acquired.
You have 2 players in the hill for some reason.
Extraordinary.
And the moment your team crosses over to C and starts winning that fight, you're making the right play to start looking to see if anybody is coming sandbags. I feel like you should be scoped on these grenades just in case. Someone is hopping the hill with you over there. An unfortunate spawn situation there. Player comes out from back C. But your team has a really good lead on this hill. You spawned by B, so that should tell you the enemy team are already coming off C tower, which you already knew. And that there's someone somewhere around A for your opponents. One's dead. They're back C. This is your teammate. And there's the player that's around A. Because you spawn in B, instead of closer to A, you know that someone is influencing those spawns. So one thing that tells you is that if you go to sandbags, there's a good chance you get shot in the side, or if you're not getting shot in the side, then there's somebody on key door or rat tunnel.
Kill confirmed.
And spike grenades, good kill, and now you're getting shot from that player key door. But you get a great job landing the grenade at his chest. Sees this ranger wins his 1v1. And your teammates are all positioned around C. Right here, because your teammates are further ahead of you, your job is to get into a position to try to flank the players that are pushing for the hill. There are two different ways you can do that from exactly where you spawned. And just off your initial movement on this, I think you're going to be doing it anyway. But you have the option of cutting through top middle and shooting people as they get onto sandbags, or you can go straight through bottom middle, come out key door, and wait till they drop and start shooting them in the... I'm a big fan of just playing this hill from down low constantly, flanking to either door depending on where my teammates are.
Indefatigable.
I don't think being on tower is useful in this situation, because the moment anybody leaves that sightline, you can't do anything to them. Until they're in the hill, you can't do anything to them. So in this situation, you're putting yourself in a very reactive position where you can't do anything until someone is already in the space your team controls, instead of trying to deny that space ahead of what your team can.
Your team about to score.
In this situation, you should be getting off the tower and going to play aggressive. And here you get kind of an example of what I mean by your team, like you can't help your team until their space is already invaded and it's reactive. Your team are already 2 dead. Now you're leaving the position you were in to go help out in this hill. And it's turned into a kind of a chalk play. Your team end up, I think, it's like you go even on this play overall. You get the hill back, but just as like a thought exercise for a second, if off your spawn you had just curb slid off of this ramp and gotten to key door right off the start, you would be looking at the side of all 3 of those players that just pushed the hill. Your teammates are going to win that fight if they have your help on that fight. So it's a huge difference in how your teammates are able to play that, just entirely based off where the space is being controlled. Because you're only controlling this amount of space on this fight, your teammates are basically put into a 3-on-4 because you've taken yourself out of the map. And not necessarily demise, it depends on how far you push. Like if you stay around top middle on that first part of the push, like if you were to have gone top middle instead of to top tower, then it gives you the chance to not influence any of these spawns. It doesn't influence any of these spawns. It doesn't influence any of these. So it opens up the possibility of back tower spawns, but it also doesn't block A or B. So it still kind of depends on everything else. And even if it does flip the spawns on that hill, it's not really that big of a problem. If you're controlling down low or up high, you're able to like fly back and forth for flanks. Like once you know where they're pushing, you get the flank, so your team are going to win that fight. And also, regardless of what happens, someone on your team is probably going to die in that fight, and you can use the information of where they spawn to figure out where your opponents spawn. Don't know like, offhand.
Power items now available.
And I just want to go back to when you spawned there to begin with. I went back too far. Are you? Did you just despawn from the gate? There it is. It's further back. Hill. You make a play. Right, your opponents all die after you. So in this situation, I don't know how many are alive just yet. But because you spawn here, you know they're not spawning around mud. They're either spawning B or A. Your teammates are already in the hill. Still a player dead over here. I don't know who's alive for your opponents yet. But as long as you don't completely get ahead of the spawners, you're going to be in a position where, like, they're not going to spawn on this side anyway. Once they're all alive, then you want to make sure you're not still on this side of the map.
Your team.
But in this case, you definitely would have been better served just playing to hold aggressive space ahead of the hill regardless.
Hill control.
Power items incoming.
Hill control.
As you come off spawn, you spawn mud, so you know your opponents are still spawning around A or B. You don't see anybody running off B yet, so you should know they're either on sandbags or coming out of A right now.
Power items now available.
You push for snipe, you get the snipe. And in this situation, once again, you're taking that reactive safe space instead of trying to get an angle to help your teammates on that sightline. You're taking yourself out of the potential to fight the people that are fighting the hill until after you're behind the hill.
Your team scored.
Your teammates got the caps, it doesn't really matter. At this point, you should be flying back to tower.
Hill ready.
The moment you guys cap that hill, then you're in a great time to be tower. Because in this situation, you just be watching over every important thing. You're blocking the important spawns for the hill. You just control so much of the map with sniper on tower or at tower. Doesn't even have to be on it. Also, just even being able to take sniper to this side of the stairs where you can watch for B spawns is very powerful during this hill. By being late here, you end up running as your opponents get the hill. Seems to be okay. You get the kill, you back out, then you take the snipe to tower. Good. Take an unpredictable angle. You peek to see if he went nest. Clean up with the PR. Clean up with the melee.
I'm proud of you.
Fortunately, you peek
I'm
before you
proud
have
of
your
us.
shields fully back. But even just by consistently pulling back every time you get shot here, you're buying attention from your opponents. Because they either have to be aware you're there and push you, which buys time for the people in the hill, or they ignore you and eventually you come back up and kill them. In this case, they're just playing it slow right here, worried about peeking against a sniper. Like, you're looking at this angle. Like, if they come up, you might be able to shoot them. Like the patience. You denied that space for quite a bit of time. This is a huge advantage for your team. Where this motherfucker came from.
A shot.
Your team about to score.
This hill is very well controlled by your team. And unfortunately, this is one minor thing I try to bring up a lot in this position, top tower. That at the moment, ready to go.
Shot caller. Hill controlled.
Goes.
Shot call.
So we kill that guy.
What a shot.
Alright, if you're ever in a position where you have a sniper top tower, this pillar right here is your best friend. And what I mean by that, if you want to look top middle, this pillar should be blocking any possible sightline to be seen from overshield. Because you don't want to be popped out of scope by somebody you're not looking for. And if you're ever looking at overshield, the pillar should be blocking the full sightline from top middle. So like you can scope here, or you can scope here. But in general, you want to make sure that you're not in a position where you can be shot from 2 different angles while you're sniping, this pillar is your best friend to guarantee. The other thing to keep in mind, this wall is also kind of important to make sure you're blocking sightlines from nest and bee spawners. So like back here a little bit gives you the best angle for watching top. Gives you the full guardianship of that pillar, and it gives you that wall to deny any space here. It also gives you the opportunity, if you do hear a call out at B or nest, that you can more quickly rotate back to the back of tower and look at the angle.
Your team about to
A good player to watch in general for just seeing how someone can potentially use different bits of geometry to isolate sightlines. Although he's not playing Halo anymore, Snipe Down. You'll see him in like one-on-one BR fights a lot, like down here, or one-on-two BR fights down here, where he'll then use this pillar bottom middle to isolate one of the players, fight that BR fight, and then like try to get a melee on the last guy after he's already won the first fight. His use of map geometry throughout Halo has always been fantastic.
shot caller. Hill controlled.
Your teammates still get a couple of kills.
Shot caller.
Your team has the hill, so you don't waste your grenades. This is good. You start pressuring the player's tower. Your team get the cap on the hill. This is good. He said, I'm going to get my gun back.
Overshield inbound.
And right here, I feel like it's okay for you to give up this hill time to go focus on getting the overshield. Especially since you have the sniper, you have the most ability to influence that overshield fight.
Overshield available.
Can't tell if your team got it or not. Pause, look at this ranger. Did he get you? Yet. So during all of this, your team do get hill time. I'm pretty sure you gave up the overshield as a result of this. You're doing a great job holding this lane. And now that you're down shields, instead of focusing on fighting your lane, you're instead watching crosses. This is good. One thing to be concerned about. Okay, outside the map, apparently. Hey guys, this is what it looks like outside of live fire over here. Good to know. Apparently in theater mode, if you wedge yourself behind a player on the wall, get outside the map. But you can't go anywhere. I'm trapped in prison, guys. Okay, going forward. But you're doing a great job of making sure you're not exposing yourself to off angles. I think you just saw a guy in mud. That was your teammate, never mind. You weren't exposing yourself to off angles. You made sure you were still watching approach angles to the hill. So this sets up your team very well to be able to just continue getting this whole time. If you see a player no shields, swap off the commando, go for that BR. It only needs one of those burst bullets to be near the head to count.
In a hail of gunfire.
It's the main reason you see when a pro player has like a sniper or a heat wave, they don't drop their BR for the power weapon, they drop their commando for the power weapon. Because if you drop somebody too low or no shields, the BR is a far more reliable cleanup weapon than the commando.
Sniper inbound.
Commando is just much faster at that immediate 1v1 kill
No
from full
touching,
shields.
please. S7 sniper available.
One thing I like to do if I ever spawn A on this hill, this wall is a great grenade bouncer. If you don't know which side of the hill they're on, bank a grenade off this wall and it lands kind of on this dark wing or just inside the hole, depending on where you're grenading from. And your
They
grenade
must
just
seek
blew up in your face
medical
there.
attention.
Right here, your opponents don't have control of Nest Bridge, it looks like, so you're good to either push that or drop down underneath, come pillars. You've got 2 players already going pillars, so you're making a great play to go above your teammates here and just all assault this hill. Good job avoiding the grenades. Fortunately, you're just being shot from everywhere. Your teammates are
Raucous.
kind
Commendation.
of being useless for the moment.
Perfect.
How long is left on that overshield timer? 20 seconds. And definitely make one more push before worrying about that overshield. The grenades off the wing. But your opponents definitely have this hill. You should be immediately running to go for overshield. Drop the key door probably.
Incoming.
The reason I said key door probably in this situation, you know there are players coming off of the hill right now. If they decide to go for overshield, they'll be coming through pillars. And because you're weak, if you expose yourself to an angle from pillars, you're just dead. If you go key door, you don't have to worry about anybody coming off of that hill being on you and being able to shoot you out.
Inbound.
Hill ready.
In this case, there wasn't actually anybody alive though, so you were okay.
Overshield available.
Hill controlled.
Nice denial with the drop shield. Good job trying to assault the player back tower. Unfortunately, you just missed your shots. And you also ran into melee, which, again, if you are up shields in a fight, don't walk into melee. It's something I was pointing out earlier, because all that does is give away your advantage and give them the opportunity to equalize or turn what shouldn't be a trade into a trade. Good shots down the way here. After those players are cleaned out, you shouldn't be still looking at that same angle. Be figuring out where the other players were pushing from. Don't see where they were pushing from in this situation. Like the only one that's still alive is down there. Okay, they're all around. I hate how thin the purple outlines are. Right? Like instead of looking top middle, you should be looking for the players coming off spawns here. Time of that. I'm getting damage on everybody. Your team is holding this hill very well. And at the point you're at now, it should be pretty much locked in for your team. McClary, go ahead and type that again. I don't think it actually registered for you. Also, Funky P Funks and McClary, welcome to the stream, welcome to the chat.
Victory.
Thank you guys for the follow, the one of you that followed. But good control of the space toward the end there. Go back a little further. One other position that can be very strong on this hill that no one on your team seems to be using. If you know dummies are clear, getting up into cuts, be able to deny spawns closer to overshield is good. And it also gives you the option of once players try to push across top middle, you're able to get a shot in their flank rather than having your entire team being in a situation where you're all straight in the hill, like the players pushing top middle. If you're all in the hill and top tower, it puts you in a situation where they don't have to look to many different angles to be able to fight you. But if someone holds this flank right here, you're in a lot stronger position in that fight. Thank you guys for joining the queue. I will get to all of you in just a moment. I need to take a quick restroom break again. I'm going to hit a somewhat longer ad, and then we will get on with the queue. And I will back with who is in the queue right now. 22 is the next one. Okay. Be right back, guys. back. You got 5 more seconds of time. Alright, I am back. Astrus22, you're the next up. I will need your gamer tag. Be able to hunt you down. Funky P Funks and McClary, go ahead and drop your gamer tags in the chat as well. Funky Funks. Absolutely, guys. What I am here for today, Wednesdays are going to pretty consistently be watching the Watchers Wednesdays as long as my work schedule permits. Just want to try to build up a community a little bit here. Use my Halo, my ability to talk about Halo to help build a decent following. And which game type would you like me to look at, Astrus? And McClary, if you have a recorded VOD, I can go through that one. I've been doing it through theater just so I can include everybody that's involved, but if you have VODs that are just timestamped, that works as well. Save that link for when I get to you. Oddball game on recharge. Okay. First game. Watch film. As well, welcome to the stream. What's up, Sammy? The man, the myth, the legend. Sammy, if you need me to review any of your gameplay, it's going to cost you $50. This isn't a beret. This is like a straw hat, basically. Well, I guess the bill is straw. I don't really know what this shit's made of. Is every hat to you a beret? You just don't know the word hat. Everything's a beret.
Round 1. Ball incoming.
Locke was the thief, right? You see, you don't have anybody contesting you for camo, so you take that, immediately get into a position where nobody's able to shoot you. Astrus V2, just as a general context question to help me know like what level of play you and your teammates are. What rating are you at the moment? And also, a general rule of thumb I have for using camo: don't ever shoot someone that you aren't positive you can kill. Is one of the most powerful things about camo is the denial of information to your enemy team. If you start shooting a guy that's able to get into cover really quickly, as the player with shock rifle was just then, you're giving away your advantage of information for damage that they're probably going to be able to heal. So it's ultimately like wasting your camo in this situation.
You're quite lethal with that.
We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball.
And here you're keeping space pretty far away from where all of the other power on the map
We
is.
have the ball.
And your camo is still just
dropped.
not really getting
have the
anything
ball.
done with it. So ultimately, all you got out of that camo was a couple of just like poke shots into a bunch of different targets, and none of them were cleaned up. And it's partially because you were keeping so much space away from them, so it allowed them to be able to get into cover. But also, like, you were moving with a teammate. So if your teammate draws attention, it's a lot easier for opponents to see you as well.
Perfect. We have the ball. Ball
Good
dropped.
awareness to watch the cross. Make sure the player
We
that
have
has
the-
shock rifle is not able to pick you as you make your cross. And also, this ball player is making a bit of a mistake because he's moving away from his teammates there. First of all, because he didn't get contested at all, he had a lot of freedom on where to go with that camo. Going to camo box and batteries would maybe have been better, but we did see that there ended up being another opponent directly in batteries, so he might have run into like a melee situation in that case. One thing, if you watch Renegade a lot, anytime he gets camo on this map, he immediately goes for an off angle on wherever the shock rifle is. In this case, we saw the shock rifle go into bat ledge and into pipes right after that. So you know he's going to be hunting around that area somewhere. So also taking a path to be able to flank the shock rifle player as quickly as possible is a great way to use camo's power on this map.
Perfect. Ball
Unfortunate, get perfecting on the side as you're trying
We
to clear
have
out
the ball.
space, and then your teammate also
Accolade
chokes.
secure.
Bonesaw finally gets the kill on the player that's just trapped in top control,
Enemy shredded.
and the ball carrier has a sword. And as soon as you see they've gotten a sword kill, you pick up the mangler. I'm not gonna hate on it.
Obtained.
We have the
Good
ball.
nade from your teammate. You play back while you wait on your shields, keeping an angle on the sideline. And here, the moment you see you have 3 teammates all taking the same angle, and your shields are coming back, you should say, fuck this, I'm gonna go somewhere else. Like, your team is not controlling any amount of space on the map, and especially since even if you win this push, they're just gonna play the ball. You should go ahead and make a push out of control to start dealing with anybody that may be rotating in or getting space toward where the ball's going to reset. Like, your best route in this case is to go out the front of control, over stacks, and get behind the players that are still being fought.
Ball dropped.
Excellent play.
Ball incoming. Perfect.
Unfortunately, shock rifle is still hiding somewhere else, so it's going to look
We
like you
have the
made a
ball.
bad play right there.
Ball dropped.
But based off what your teammates were doing, you were making a good play there.
Perfect.
Unfortunately, the shock rifle player is going
We
off.
have the ball. Killing spree. We have the ball.
Active camo.
And finally
Inbound.
dealt with the shock rifle player to see where the other player is
Ball
crossing.
dropped.
So you know you can get a lot more pressure on this ball carrier
We have
where
the
you
ball.
are right now.
Active camo. Available.
This,
We have the ball.
great. Pick the ball up, and once you've got the ball into glass here and you see you've got 2 teammates top A, and your last teammate is directly underneath you, other than where you just got shot from, which I believe is top glass, I'm going to check. So I'm not positive on this, but it doesn't seem like there's anybody in pipes. So what? Yeah, it looks like everybody is around C right now. So based off where you just got shot from, you should be rotating the ball back into pipes. Your teammates are all A. You've got another teammate down in long haul. You should not be going into long haul, because just by your teammates spawning A, you should know your opponents are spawning C. So you're rotating right toward where they are. You should be pulling the ball back toward pipes. And that's what you end up doing. I would
Classroom
suggest
aids
juggling the
obtained.
ball to get through these routes faster. Anytime you're going through open space, make sure you're juggling the ball. When you drop and fight, and you know somebody's chasing you, this is
We
good.
have the ball.
You let your teammate
Ball
take over
dropped.
ball carrying.
We have the ball.
And until you get shot
Ball
from across
dropped.
map, you're making great plays
Ball
there.
dropped. Hail Mary.
Then you spawn C. You still see you have a teammate around Whirlpool. You have a teammate top glass. So you should know there are players in A. There might be a player control based off that. And there's probably players pipes. The ball also being on the ground means there's negative influence on that spawn
We have
area.
the ball.
But in
Ball
general,
drop.
just the fact that you spawned C, or spawned long ball,
Full heart.
saw Snipe talk about getting time better to rotate fast. Just when you're going through open space specifically, you don't want somebody to be able to shoot you extra shots in the side just in case that ends up with you melting and then you just dropping the ball when you could have been getting into safety faster and getting more time. But again, because you spawn long haul here, you should know there's players either in A or control already. You take a wider route. You and your teammates just kind of soar here. You win some of the fights. Not sure how this ultimately plays out.
We have
Teammates doing a good job grabbing the ball after backing the player in control down.
ball dropped.
And the moment you see that player fly all the way into A, with nobody else in control, your ball carrier should start rotating toward long haul, and one of you should be like leading a push through long haul to make sure that space is clear. Trying to figure out where your fourth teammate is, or if he just died. Just died down there. Yep. In this case, your team are trapped in pipes at this point. I don't think you'll be able to get out because there's a player coming to the camo box that'll prevent you from being able to rotate out. Your ball carrier should definitely know that he needs to be in a position to play the ball out as soon as possible.
Whiplash.
Maintain social
Good
distance.
grenades here. Your ball carrier did not play the ball, so this is you having to salvage a bad play right here. There's not really any good choice you can make other than making sure you stay with this AO Priz to make sure you both are shooting together. He ended up winning his fight the first time regardless of the fact that you weren't helping him. But if you had been helping him, he may still be alive right now.
Ball dropped.
Our access now available.
And I know you were probably checking to make sure you weren't being flanked, but in that case, you guys kind of needed to be looking at the same thing.
Burst trajectory. Accurately placed.
I'm gonna rewind for just a minute, actually.
Whiplash.
Maintain
Once-
social distance.
Once Bonesaw dies, and then your teammate comes in here, a good general rule of thumb, if you're ever last two alive should be staying together and looking at the same thing. That way, if anybody tries to push you guys, you have the potential to turn it into trades. Like, a much higher potential to turn it into trades. And in this case, you end up going a different direction to, like, make sure there's no other routes. But even if there are other routes, you're looking for a piv instead of looking to just melt somebody with your teammate. You should be looking to melt somebody with your teammate.
Double kill.
And
We
AO
have the
Chris
ball.
ends up getting a double kill. You end up
We have
cleaning
the
up the
ball.
third, so you
We have
you
the
guys
ball.
should know they're 3 dead at this point. You have a lot of space you can claim on the map.
Ball dropped.
The moment Ursus gets into a fight at A, you should be probably rotating the ball the other direction because that's telling you the enemy's just spawned A. So you need to get the ball away from where they're spawning.
Our access now available.
Burst trajectory. Accurately placed.
We have the ball.
And you see a guy bottom control. You see Bonesaw has made it into A, but then he dies, so you end up playing the ball out. Something that you could have done in this situation if you had reacted sooner. Running around too far.
Powerful elements inbound.
But the moment you hear Ursus start shooting, that tells you they're spawning A. You should be running the ball back this way. I wish I could make this go faster. That says hold to boost. There we go. But you can do that one of two ways. If the sight line is clear, which at the moment it is, but you don't know that for sure, you can run into glass. If that sight line is heavily contested, the best way to get the ball into long haul in that situation is to just throw it into the hole, back up, then curb slide down or ramp slide down. to get into long haul as fast as you can, because you want to be rotating away from where the pressure is coming from. And in this case, all of that pressure is coming from the people spawning A, and you have that information the moment Ursa shoots.
Ball dropped.
First, trajectory. Accurately placed.
We have the ball.
Another unfortunate thing here is all of your teammates are just flying at those spawners instead of trying to just hold space around you. So you get kind of fucked either way. But if you started rotating it away from your opponents as soon as your teammate got into a fight, you have a much better potential that you can buy time for.
We have the ball.
And weirdly, your teammates end up spawning A, which means all of your opponents left A or died in A as soon as that fight went on. So you may have actually had the potential to just fly into A with your teammate. But that's not something that should have been relied on either way.
Ball dropped. Double
Enemy
kill.
team's 2 dead. You're on the opposite side of the map. In this case, you should not be going toward the ball. Your job is to hold angles for players that want to go for the ball. Your teammates didn't go for it, so you end up having to make a not good play to make up for your teammates making bad plays. It's one of the unfortunate circumstances of matchmaking. You saw in your death cam sword guys holding the ball.
The simple approach.
Really good cross-match shots.
We have the ball.
Why are you challenging? Wow. This is... Yeah, I want to go back just a little ways here. 5 seconds. I knew that. I really hope they fix theater mode at some point. This is further back than I meant to go. Not as far back as I meant to go.
We have the ball.
Forward, fast forward. Alright. So your teammates get 2 kills across the map here, and they all have the inside track on this ball. So you're better off holding this space, because it means that your opponents, especially with you having a teammate on A at the moment, it means your opponents only have C to spawn in. That's the only safe space for them to be. If you leave this space, it opens up that space not only for your opponents to be able to spawn there, but also to be able to push into control and take control of that window and be able to melt you. So I'm going to hold camera angle that's just like looking at control as you start to move away from it. See one player move into control behind you. Your other teammate has left A, so these A spawns are now open as well. So like your team had over half the map. Now you have a smaller circle that's still on one side of the map, but it's a different area. Given that your teammate is moving off of A, moving to A and holding that cross that watches over the entrance from long haul is probably a lot stronger than just staying in control. But
We have the ball.
an opponent comes across, he ends up flanking through, and another opponent has taken up space on control, and you just die as you grab the ball there. I'm gonna rewind just a little bit further.
Ball dropped.
So as you go for the ball, I'm gonna pause once you actually get shot. There's the first shot at you. That's coming from somebody that spawned A because your teammate stopped blocking A and you didn't also go block A. Then as soon as you jump up, you're also still being shot from A. Then a player starts shooting at you from control as a grenade blows up on you. And all of those angles were opened up because you gave up that space in control and because your teammate gave up that space on A. Like your team had a huge amount of space on the map and 2 of you just left it. So it opened up a lot of angles for you guys to be destroyed from behind. Then your opponents
We
make the
have the ball.
exact same mistake. You spawn right back where you just got shot from. You melt the flag or the ball carrier from across map.
Fine kill.
Then right here, this opponent makes a stupid fucking play, and it works because you're not expecting it. You backed him down, you're like, okay, he's back down. I don't have to deal with him anymore. And he just flies right back out, way out into the open, while you have teammates everywhere. Unfortunately, none of your teammates can see him in this position. If he'd actually stayed in red pipes, he was a lot more dangerous, or in a lot more dangerous position.
Ball dropped.
So you just get kind of fucked and trapped in a 1v1 that you shouldn't have even needed to be fighting, but that guy just decided to be a hero play. And then he manages to survive all of that.
Eviscerated.
So
We
that
have the
is
ball.
super unfortunate. Spawn back in A, your opponents have the ball.
Ball dropped.
You see Bonesaw's plugging one entrance, Ursus is going in another, so you take a third entrance. Sword, I assume, just killed both of them.
We have the ball.
Your team is 3 dead. Hopefully you're playing this out.
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
I don't hate the play that you made, but you did just keep it into the same area that it already was. Which push were you talking about, Astros? Like when you go out into batteries here?
Ball dropped.
If you're talking about that one, I don't think it's necessarily a bad push. It is risky because, again, you guys are blocking everything except C, so there's a good chance they're going to spawn C's plat and just melt you. But the thing I think was most important for you to do here that you didn't manage to do at this moment, but I think it would have also been denied either way, is you should have been getting up onto grapple spawn so you could see the players that were trying to go glass. This player that soared off a bat ledge still would have been kind of in the way of you doing that regardless. So it's kind of hard for me to say whether it's a bad push or not. You grab the ball. When you grabbed the ball immediately here, like your team was already 2 dead, and in a fight, you should be just throwing the ball as far away as possible. An ideal scenario here. I hate the controls on this sometimes. Like you throw the ball out, and because of where your teammates are spawning, if you manage to get in the pit, you guys have a huge tempo advantage because you guys are already looking at where the ball is. Your teammates are just coming off spawn. If your opponents are like, oh, we just killed a few people, let's go for the ball, they're going to drop on this ball and just melt. And that's a typical thing that happens, especially at 1500 range.
Gamma. Inbound.
Enemy has the ball. Enemy team nearing victory.
Active camo. Available.
Celebration.
Ball dropped.
Get camo, so we get to see a second camo play coming. Risky to run straight into a melee.
Double kill. Killing spree. Triple kill.
And here, once again, you're shooting before you have a guaranteed kill with your camo, so you're giving away information on where you are. And then you're running straight into his sight line.
Ball dropped.
You guys do a great job collapsing on this player and opening up space for your ball carrier, but something you could have done a little differently, maybe better in this situation. Like once you saw that player disappear into elevator, like you know he's going to jump up over there, but try to jump back over here. So when he's looking forward at the top of the stairs, you're off at a side angle, you have the jump on him in that situation.
Way cool skull thing. Obtained.
Ball dropped. Ball dropped.
You're using your camo very well.
We have the ball.
Actually, you're not using your camo particularly well in this point, but you're using your positioning very well, and the camo is just kind of making it better. Now your camo's out. You guys just completely run over the entire enemy team. That should be the last player alive for the enemy team at this point. So just by knowing where your teammates are, and the fact that nobody is on C and there's a player top glass, you know your opponents are probably going to spawn glass with him. You guys might have an opportunity to rotate the ball low through bottom control and start playing it towards C, which gives you the option, gives you a little bit more options if something happens collapsing wise. You see your opponent going towards C, so it's not even necessary to rotate the ball at this point. You plug the hole.
Hot metal.
Ball dropped.
Keep playing your life.
We have the ball.
Player somehow got bottom A. The moment this happens, your teammate should be rotating the ball toward his other teammate that's closer to Bonesaw. Like, Ursus should be flying out of A at this point. I'm gonna watch what he does for a moment.
We have the ball.
Really good play. Bonesaw doesn't need to necessarily be running into A with him. But Ursus did a good job playing keep away. And you should spawn C because of this. You end up spawning... your opponent spawns C. Ends up being bad. Make the right play to go toward where the ball
We have the
was.
ball.
Your opponent spawning
Ball
C is
dropped.
super unfortunate here.
Ball dropped.
Oh wow, he tried to drop that ball on the sword.
Incoming.
Hostiles. Repelled.
Everybody's repulsing each other.
Ball
And you guys
dropped.
get the ball almost back into the stairs.
Substitute for hot metal.
Double kill.
You make a good flank on this player pushing through Whirlpool. Unfortunately, you lose the fight. Hopefully your teammates are rotating the ball all the way to Sneaky. Like, just off the virtue of there being an opponent in Whirlpool and in Pipes, you guys should have the ball going into Long Haul over towards Sneaky.
We have the ball.
That is exactly what you do. This is perfect. And then once you spawn on blue here, the biggest threat to your teammate right now isn't long haul. It's the players that may be coming like to trippy box or coming over mid bridge and trying to fly. So you should actually be going bottom pipes here to watch for these angles.
Powerful element
It looks like
incoming.
there's already a player on
Ball
C
dropped.
stairs though. Maybe not the worst play that you
We
made.
have the ball. Gain the lead.
Your opponents are making a just complete dumbass mode play.
Power have arrived.
Everybody's playing desperate right now, which I don't like.
We have the ball.
But your teammate milking its stacks ends up securing the round.
Round one.
Ends up being fine.
Enemy team facing elimination.
Ball incoming.
Destroyed their hope.
Plasma grenades acquired.
Christ. Phone is blowing up.
A fine shot.
Oddball
remain.
takes so fucking long.
We have the ball.
Got the disruptor, doing some damage across map.
Shot call.
Really good. You landed at least 3 shots on both of those players, so that means neither of them are going to get their shields back for a while. So you guys have a long-term damage
and
advantage.
adoration.
See, the ball leaves.
Ball dropped.
They throw the ball toward Bonesaw, so at this point you should be looking for anybody that's left alive or looking for an angle to cover Bonesaw. Your teammates are all sprinting toward the ball as well, but you guys generally have A. Your last teammate that's up, that's in Whirlpool, should be moving to back A to guarantee those spawns get blocked. And you should be just like taking position on the crosses. They're spawning C. Bonesaw should be able to get the ball and either rotate it to A or take it up camo box and get into Whirlpool without super being at risk of dying here. Can't say that
We have the
confidently.
ball.
You don't necessarily need to be pushing spawns here.
Ball dropped.
You end up attacking
We
after
have the
that.
ball.
He gets the ball into A. Chris should not have flown into control. He's just throwing away his life. But you're in position to watch these crosses. You guys are set up in a way that you're going to get a decent
have the
chunk
ball.
of time.
Ball dropped.
But because Chris isn't alive to help your other teammates, this turns into just a snowball effect against you guys. Bonesaw needs to get the ball out of there. You're doing good cross-map damage.
We have the ball.
Awareness to check heaven. Some ticks.
Plasma grenades obtained.
You're making a good route to get to fast space. Sword carrier.
Perfect. We have the ball.
I'm not sure why your opponents just rotated the ball while they had 3 people in one
Active
area.
camo inbound.
Just handed the ball over to your team.
Ball dropped.
Goes up, you start fighting the player that's closest to it. Unfortunately, he
Active
perfects you.
camo obtained.
We have the ball. Ball dropped.
And then the camo player assassinates your teammate.
Killing spree. Ball dropped. We have the ball.
And then I think camo player just flanked
We
you
have
as
the
well.
ball. Ball dropped.
They must seek medical attention.
Enemy has the ball. Ball dropped. Perfect.
Player died.
Plasma grenades obtained.
Ball.
And right here, your teammates, I think, have won this battle in C. I'm actually going to be running kind of tight on time with what we have in the queue. I may not be able to get to all of you at this point. I've got
Double
to
kill.
kind of stop around 2,
We have the
2:30ish.
ball.
So what, I may not get to you, Choculus Rift. So I apologize if I don't. But I will definitely keep your name
Ball
like
dropped.
in mind for the next Wednesday I do this.
Mind
So
the
I can get to
gap.
you, like, put you higher up on the queue.
We have the ball.
Rewind, and I just realized that
Ball
I
dropped.
wasn't actually looking at you this entire time. Grab a shock rifle. Teammates take control of the ball. You try to put the
We
player
have the
that was
ball.
in control. And you end up just kind of giving up space.
Ball dropped.
And at this point, you've got 2 teammates dead. Your last teammate's got the ball in a position where he can play it. You should be going back to get space closer to where the ball is going to be played. Except the ball didn't get played, so this is very bad times for your team. If you get a good grenade
have
here,
the
it sends the ball off. Pick it up first.
Ball dropped. We have the ball.
And take the ball.
Kill. Ball
We have tempo.
Sear them to the core.
They're spawning red pipes because you guys are blocking glass. You've got a player control, and you're blocking C. Looks like someone else spawned heaven as well. I feel like because you have shock rifle in this situation, you should not be the one doing all the moving for your team. You had a great sightline to be able to cover the ball, or at least kind of skirt around and hunt for angles. Like, once your team has pushed toward pipes as far as they have, you should know, like, in general, there's probably people peeking top A. So one place you could actually get a good sightline on at this point is to come down here and look to see if you can get a snipe from there. And if you can't, you just fly back up the top of the stairs and you get out of that fight because they can't keep shooting you from there without just flying off of A.
Grapple shot obtained.
We have the ball.
And not really just with shock, just at first, like, just because you had the best position to, like, have cross map shots on the ball, even with just a BR, that's really good for you to do. And your team had decent map control, even with you on C. You're still controlling this space, and just being able to get that angle and shoot those players that were top A would have helped your team make a play for the ball. But because you had shock, like you have the ability to also get picks in this situation. So look, especially looking down here and looking at that angle, like nobody's going to be looking at C stairs from top A in this situation. Like they're going to just walk up, and you should be able to get an easy pick in that from that angle.
Ball dropped. We have the ball.
Power items.
But I feel like you really weren't
We have the
valuing
ball.
your life enough for the fact that you had shock rifle there.
Our items
You were
have
treating
arrived.
yourself like you were still one of the lower priority players on the team in that situation, but you had
We have
most
the
of the
ball.
team's power, so you were the most important person to be alive. You shouldn't be the one standing in the middle of it.
We have the ball. Ball dropped. We have the ball. Round one.
Your enemies end up round. We have a short third round at least. The first one was extremely long.
You're quite
These next two are both fairly short.
We have the ball.
This time your opponents don't just give you camo for free, but you guys do still get it.
Do not exceed noise restrictions.
Ball dropped. We have the ball.
Grapple shot acquired.
Shock rifle's chasing your camo player. He
Ball
died.
dropped.
Good job leaving that kill for your teammate.
You-
You realize your teammate definitely had that kill. You don't have to worry about finishing that off. And then you backtrack to make sure you're also covering angles for anybody that may be chasing to go for long haul. So you're making a good play here by not running to your teammates.
Grapple shot.
Then you have a teammate that spawns A. You're in a position where you don't have to worry about getting into a fight immediately. One thing you could be doing in this situation, because they have to run to your ball carrier. They have 3 different lanes they can do it. They have C, any part over here, which that teammate is currently watching. Then they have either route through A to get into control. So control is kind of a choke point of 2 separate lanes. So having someone in here that's not looking to immediately get into a fight is very important. And even better, you can actually play all 3 lanes from one spot right here. That spot is actually in this corner. If you know nobody's coming from top A, which in this case somebody actually is coming from top A, but if you know no one's coming from top A, you can just sit in this corner and look towards C. Anybody that comes through bottom control is going to run right past you without knowing you're there. And anybody that kills your teammate in C or forces your teammate back is going to be coming in trying to fight him first or fight the ball first, in which case you're going to have free shots on their side. So you can just kind of lurk in the corner in this tower here and wait on them to come to you, because they have to come to you. You don't have to look for them. They have to come for you. You put yourself outside of their route, you get first shot, you get a lot of advantage out of it. And the only exception is this player top A has the chance that as he comes through the door here, he's going to see you in the corner, unless he's like looking way off. He's looking more toward the back. He's going to see you like as soon as you come around the corner. That's the only player you have to worry about. And you make the right play to deal with him first.
For the shot from their heart.
Shot caller.
Oddball obtained. Bring it on.
Making them take damage on the way to the ball is fine, but you don't want to be directly in front of them while they're running through. It's kind of like playing with camo. they don't have information on where your teammates are, where you and your teammates are until they push the ball. They just know the ball is there. So you want to try to obscure that information as much as possible because they are going to be going generally toward the ball. If you can catch them off guard on their way to the ball, you get extra damage into them. You can kill them before they ever make it to the ball.
Ball dropped. Ball dropped.
I'd say the only exception to
Ball
that would be would be not oddball but flag carriers. You want to put yourself
Mind the
between the
gap.
flag carrier and the person trying to fight the flag carrier. You want your flag carrier to be able to get further along the map. Or if your team is rotating the ball to a location, same situation. Like then it's okay for you to put yourself between that player and the ball so your ball carrier can get further away.
Perfect. We have the ball. Ball dropped. Gained the lead.
And there's another sword. Bonesaw's about to die to the sword.
Double kill.
You have
Unfortunately,
procured
he did
the
not land the
commando
shot
rifle.
on the no shield sword guy. You guys get kind of fucked.
Active camo inbound.
Grenade.
Ball dropped.
Now you're just unfortunately trapped, but you
Active
live.
camo available.
Question mark.
Perfect.
Camo is up.
Kill.
Your team get it. That was 3 players you've killed. Got the attention of the last player, so one of your teammates should be able to grab camo here, in theory. Looks like everybody just kind of stayed back, so
We have the ball.
not sure what happened with camo there. It's not good. And I'm gonna rewind. This isn't I'm not looking for something you did here. I'm looking for what happened to your teammates. Bonesaw's in A.
Active camo.
Riz died.
Perfect.
Bonesaw died bottom A. Your teammates all die, which very bad timing for them to die because your opponents have control of the space on the ball side. And camo just came up. Like, everything's snowballing against your teammates for dying where they did and when they did.
We have the ball.
Then you're forced to just kind of play your life and give up space for a moment.
Fragmentation kill confirmed.
Halfway to victory.
And oh, your teammate lagged out. Okay, I was wondering why you just like stopped playing, but that makes more sense. Okay.
Victory.
Oh, Griswold is the Ayo, it's Chris from this game. Lord, my phone is still blowing up. Versus Incision. Thank you for the follow. Funky P Funk's up next. So, do you guys know each other like outside of the game or play together just because you ran into each other together? Bonesaw, thank you for the follow. Hope the review helps all 4 of you a little bit. Let's see. Funky P Funks. Alright. I'll watch the Pit Slayer because I've done a lot of recharge today. So we're going to go with 7th game Pit Slayer. Oh, Halo Rec League. Cool. I have not actually watched or participated in that at all, but I really appreciate the work that they did on putting together attack maps, because attack maps is by the HRL. Very useful ability. That's typically how you find teammates.
Slayer.
Alright. Funky P Funks. What are you doing off the start on Pit Slayer? Oh, you guys are playing Garrett? You're gonna destroy Garrett, man.
Rack up the most.
Alright. Play back to make sure the nades aren't stacking on you, and Geibel 117. Motherfucker better evolve into Garchomp this game.
Better them than us.
That is a very sad spawn. Right in the reticles of two different players. And then immediately into the reticle of a third. Your team got rockets and you have no space on the map. I'm very confused as to what happened to your team.
No substitute for hot metal.
Counter snipe.
Right, your teammate sniped somebody off your tower at least. You should know there's a sniper here. You did. I don't know if you figured that out from your death cam or you got it from comms, but that's very good awareness that there is a snipe at the top of your tower.
Human weapons have their
Good grenades here, a little bit off to the side, but we're gonna actually watch to see exactly where these land. That is decent awareness to know you can bank grenades off of that to try to flush somebody out here. But not quite the right angle on them. I think you were a little aimed too far to the right in this case.
Perfect.
And you spawn right into fire because spawns are so easy to predict on this map.
Perfect.
Good kill. Good attempt to get back into cover, but you're out in the open and there's a player out in the sword. Prime, welcome back to the stream. Hope things are going well for you.
Bless these ancient instruments of war.
Good dodge on the green gun there. Unfortunately, you get shit on. Some players are just good at the game.
Hail Mary.
There, you know there's a player in your green box. You see there's a player in your long haul. You need to just hide and cry. Your teammates are still not trying to get any space on the map at this point. So you're kind of getting left on a string and just dangled in front of your opponents. And there's not really anything you can do individually to prevent your teammates being fucking cowards. Now, one of your opponents finally pushes into your needles to the point that they kill one of your teammates off spawn. So your teammates finally cross the 50-yard line for what I've seen to be the first time this game, 2 minutes and 20 seconds into the game.
For a shot through their heart. Powerful elements incoming.
I did not say that, Max Ethan.
What's left of it?
Power rifle now available.
Nice dodge on the green gun. You're kind of fucked here. Where's your team? Okay, one of your teammates came in to help. I'm just depressed watching this game. Right off the spawn here, you see you have all of your teammates essentially on this far left lane around sword. Your general job should be to try to make sure there are eyes on green box and long haul. Looks like your first instinct is to do just that by going top tower first into green box. Your teammate is in green box, so you should be looking at long haul. Well, rockets are coming up, so never mind. Also, just as a heads up, if you guys are not aware, you cannot plasma grenade the rockets to you. They are locked into their position on this map. I don't understand why rockets specifically can't be plasma grenaded. You can throw the sniper off its spawn point. It's very hard to get it actually out of S1. But you can't move the rockets with a plasma grenade.
Power weapons on the field.
Gain the lead.
The simple approach. Fine.
I tried for like an hour last night to find a way to plasma grenade sniper out of S1 and off the map. I did not succeed. Good grenade.
Gain the lead.
Despite the fact that I'm pretty sure you're statistically struggling right now, your team has the game tied. Your team is finally actually playing for space. So you're able to get more opportunities to do things without just being picked on by your opponents. You guys top tower and one spawning courtyard. And I don't think Illy Curse is actually close enough to influence those two spawns, but there may be a wider second influence ring that forced them to control the courtyard.
Put a dot through their heart.
And then Geibel over challenges right after you die. Which into
Gain
a
the
snowball.
lead.
And right here, you probably shouldn't actually be trying to peek sword right after your teammate with snipe died there. You should know they're looking for those angles with sniper.
Double kill.
Here things are kind of snowballing against you guys because weapons. In this case, it is actually a good chance to look at sniper because there's a good chance he was going to be staring for your spawn. You make sure you don't get spawn sniped.
Searing metal works on any
And
species.
unfortunately, you fight a piv there, and you do not win the piv. Your opponents are controlling the green gun
Gain the
non-stop.
lead.
Blasted him good.
Halfway to victory.
Was this before they adjusted pit spawn timers, by the way? Just out of curiosity. Or is it actually there? Okay, it is actually there. Never mind.
Power item.
I was wondering if the game was bugged with the timers.
Outright.
No, it's actually the current timers. What happened to your teammate with rockets? Why is he running away? I want to see what your rocket teammate is doing. He runs to go clear out sword. Not the worst play he could make. Where would you go?
A fitting commendation.
Double kill.
Assist. Now your team are all clustered around sword yet again. So you should be splitting up just a little bit. Positioning to make sure you and Slopper Toppers are making sure you look at the same things, because just like when you're the last two alive, if you're the only two on one side of the map, you also still want to be trying to play to look at the same things. You got one teammate that's pretty far back. The other one's just going to tower. So you and Slopper Toppers should basically be a duo for this brief moment right now.
Plasma grenade.
You're doing a good job for just a second, making sure you were kind of shadowing whatever he was looking at. So this was pretty decent play.
Simple approach. A fine skill.
Player running through pit kind of fucked you
Power
for a
weapons
second.
inbound. Searing metal works on any speed.
Good job getting the advantage in that fight.
Now available.
Sitting down.
Plasma grenades set.
Good job milking your life here, though. You are still alive. You bought so much time for your teammates to come off spawn and do something. One of them got a snipe.
Drop wall deployed.
Don't get ninja'd. Good job. Make sure your side is clear. Seeing that it's not, give me assist. Now, you've dealt some damage to that player, and you've got two teammates looking to collapse on him. You can just forget about that player at this point. Actually, there's maybe not forget about it. But you have the opportunity, because you have sniper, you can make a more aggressive power play on their side of the map, depending on your confidence in yourself, which, if you're struggling in this game, may not have as much confidence, but you can be moving up, looking for the people coming off spawn, especially because those two players are on your side of the map trying to fight. But they're going to be trying to run across map to try to get to their teammates. So if you get here fast enough, you can get that pick as they come through. And then you end up keeping the reinforcements from coming in. By focusing on the player that's still on your side, you're letting those players come off spawn, reclaim space on the map. And because your teammates are taking so long to get this kill also, it means you guys are all retreating off the map. You're giving up space. So what could have been, I don't have the right overheads for this because they haven't made those, but you guys did have like half of the map, but because you've all retreated into your flag area and around, instead just have a small amount. And the players coming off spawn, they're getting more and more space on the map as a result. So like your job in that situation, because you had sniper and it looked like it was a 2-on-1 in your base in your team's favor, you should just forget about the player in your base at that point.
Double kill.
You do end up being the one to kill the player on your side.
Team nearing victory.
And your team does stabilize in this, so I don't think you made a bad play. Like it's not a situation of this is a mistake. It's just this could come back to haunt you guys, but it didn't.
Power items now available.
Off the
And your
rack.
team all stack the same angles. With all of your teammates going in the same direction, make sure you break off and watch something else. Everybody's still just holding hands for the overshield.
Overshield.
I'm just imagining somebody comes in with the repulsor. You guys all go to overshield, all run to it at the same time. Somebody drops down and repulses all three of you off.
Shields boosted.
At this point, you guys have a huge lead. Yes, that is absolutely the flying bee. Oh shit, ad. I'm gonna get one more film after this, so unfortunately... Shoculus Rift, I will have to get back to you another time. Just running a little bit low on my time. If you're trying to strong arm a lane, then you just two push it. But in general, you should be kind of playing to see each other's lanes, or playing to cover each other's angles. Because if you ever watch APG as opposed to Formal, like Formal is constantly holding forward and trying to just fight kids. APG is not running right beside him. APG is running in a way to either clean up whatever he shoots if he dies, or like as he starts to shoot it, or he's looking at an off angle at the same thing so that they can work together. But sometimes there's a situation where there's like, I'm going to give you an example with recharge. Like, say you're trying to push into A out of pipes, you have to kind of two-man push through pipes at the same time, so that regardless of whether you die or not, your teammate is going to get that second kill, and you're going to open up this lane. So sometimes you have to hold hands to force open a lane and make sure there's not anybody else blocking that lane on the other team. As far as the sword and training and Slayer and long and green and flag, I'm more of the opinion that you should always keep eyes on the 3 lanes in this game, or this map. Let's see if I can zoom up top. Do you not move faster, camera? But like, I think of Pit as a 3-lane map where this is 1 lane, green is another lane, long is a 3rd lane. And like, while this is very good in Slayer because it controls your opponent's side of the map so much more, this camera's so slow in this game type. Like, Sword gives you a ton of control on every bit of this, and it makes it easier for you to play your own life. It's still important to make sure your team is plugging green and long and making sure you're not getting flanked. And like, if you don't have anyone long haul, then if you're controlling sword, your opponents are going to spawn needles. They can just push straight through long haul and get behind you. So there needs to be attention everywhere, but more pressure towards sword and Slayer. Like right here, you're sitting green box. You are very powerful for your team right now. They're flying back and forth. 2 of them have died, unfortunately, but Healy Curse is starting to collapse on those last 2 spawners, and you're at another angle, able to just rain hell on those players. Also, one other note, if you ever have Heat Wave, and you can get to your opponent's green box, shooting right there with the Heat Wave in vertical mode is extremely powerful. It bounces so much, it basically turns back snipe into a blender. Good play there.
Victory!
Good recovery to end up ending this game with a killing spree after that rough start. And not necessarily see each other, but see what each other is trying to look at, Astrus. Spacing is, in my opinion, more important than like just fisting somebody. And by fisting, I mean having, if your team are 4 fingers, then having all your fingers just together going the same direction. Don't try to fist the map or yourself. And that leaves McClary. If you were still there, you mentioned having a link with a timestamp you would want to send me. So go ahead and link me that, and we will do the last VOD review with an actual recorded VOD with comms, and I can actually talk about communication a little. Yeah, if that's your thing, I'm not kink shaming, but I just suggest not trying. Especially not any type of safety tools in place. But if McClary gives me that link, we will switch to the actual VOD review. These are starting to hurt inside of my head. Okay, so Twitch stream, McClary. Box worst gunny all time. He said it starts at 8:56.
Sir.
Presumably this is what we're looking at here. Go ahead and close Halo Infinite in the background.
Toxic.
King of the Hill.
We're looking at King of the Hill on Live Fire.
Hey, there you go.
Crowd
Yeah, I
pleaser.
might put my fridge armor on. I'm a fly snipe.
Hill incoming.
Decent movement off the start. A little bit slow on that curb slide, but not the worst. Fly snipe, drop down, good no scope, really great aggressive opening.
Off the rack.
These are the types of openings that you can only make if you're confident you can hit
You
those
play Obi?
shots.
Overshield inbound.
I don't really
You play
think.
Obi?
Oh no, your teammates are all going for the hill. So you backing up to A, good idea. Make sure you're controlling space around the overshield, buying time for your teammates to come back. Unfortunately, one of the enemies was already hiding behind Obi, so you lose that chance to knock them off. And normally I wouldn't say sniping from here is a great idea, but because your team doesn't have overshield and you know Obi went toward the other side of the map, you know he's either coming out pillars or he's coming out nest bridge, so you're putting yourself in a position where you can get a lot of free damage on that overshield guy as soon as he exposes and tries to challenge the hill. So this is actually a good time to be sniping from this angle. Good re-challenge. Burned his overshield. You've neutralized that power up just by taking the angles you did.
He got that piv. That's huge. Sniper right there. There's one A. Two in hill.
And as you come off spawn, you see you have a teammate dead. The other two are on the other side of the map. So you need to be a little careful about flying out so quickly to get immediately into fights, especially before your teammates are really in position to fight with you. You're forcing a piv that doesn't necessarily need to be a piv. You win it, so it's not as bad as it could have been. But if you lose that piv, your team have no tempo or chance to really challenge this hill, because that, like, if you lose that fight, your teammates aren't in position to clean it up, so there's no chance a lost piv there is able to be traded. But as a result of you winning that piv, you're able to soar at the hill, you take it down, you've got control of the hill, and because your teammates are all shifted toward the sandbag side, it's great that you're hanging toward the dark side of the hill, especially since you have repulsor to save yourself from this grenade. And your teammates are playing this well, baiting sight lines rather than just flying out and challenging lanes.
A bunch of big door and A.
Your team about to score.
No, one shot back B, one shot back B. You see him? He's one shot back B again. Nice, brother.
You did a lot of good damage throughout that fight, even though you were isolated and kind of forced in a position where you were gonna die. You got damage on both of the players that were still involved in the fight. Missed the green gun shot, but you don't stay out in the open while you're right on it to peek. Kinda curious why you're going down to pillars here. Looks like you're just trying to help your team clear that space. You end up killing a no shields
break out
player
first.
behind the player you're shooting at. So
I dropped green gun.
decent double kill, but overshield still hasn't
I
been
want
dealt
the
with
green
at this
guns.
point, and you kind of gave up space around the hill to go fight those fights with your teammates. Which, granted, it does give your team the ability to push B, so it's not like this was a bad
OB
decision.
top tower.
A lot of repulsor control.
Sniper inbound.
And after this player gets dealt with, I would try to be quiet top middle because you know there are players coming from overshield based off your teammate just dying over there. So you don't want to make a lot of noise and tell players that might be coming through cuts that you're right here and you need to be dealt with first. Of course, also grabbing the sniper tells them exactly where you are, so you immediately leaving that area is good. Heat wave is also up. You don't ping it or tell your teammates that. So something that should be communicated a little
Tower
better.
dead.
Still nobody getting hill time for either team.
No, he's on breast. Nice.
Big Sativa making a very aggressive play there. Now your team finally starts to get hill.
I'm picking
Once
it up
you're
right now.
up 2-0.
Oh, never mind. You got it.
Okay, leaves the snipe for you.
Damn it, bro.
And I want to rewind just a second. After your teammate died here, you spend a little bit of time looking at an unoccupied sightline, and it makes you too late to see the player that crosses over here. And you're forced to go chase him down, which gets you shot from the side. Player that actually came from pillars.
Damn it, bro. I'm throwing. The sniper back tower.
And your head casing like lethal. This is the most professional thing you can do is change your sensitivity every life. Halo 5 pros change sensitivity so fucking much. Oh, I got slow turn, I got heavy aim. And because there was just somebody in the hill and now there's not, you should probably assume there's a player back tower right now. Like up top of tower. Doesn't look like there actually was. They dropped mud to go for green gun.
One shot, nice. OV back there. Oh no, you got OV. Fuck, I'm crazy. One jumping up right now.
You're not doing a lot of talking, so I don't know, like, because it's not picking up your team's comms, I don't know how much your team is talking, and so you're being quiet to hear them.
He's pillar door.
We'll rewind for just a second. You took a lot of free damage going up to nest. And then you knew there was going to be a grenade coming. Then you still look to re-challenge. Because you don't have any teammates alive, this isn't necessarily a bad thing. You don't want to be super staggered spawn-wise.
He's going bottom mid.
But that death does basically guarantee your opponents are going to get this hill.
Look, you get him off a hill.
And your teammates are still staggering. So in this situation,
Look, you get him off a hill.
you're trying to get your opponents off the hill after being staggered. You guys don't have any space on the hill, so this is kind of a coin flip play where either you clean them up very quickly and you take over the hill and might be able to start getting some hill time again, but even if you do, it just takes one wipe for you to lose the hill again. Or you end up doing what you guys do after all, and you give up your space on the next hill. Like, you had prime space for this very next hill that you fly off of to go get a couple of kills, but now The hill's moved because they did finish the kill. You're forced to hide for a minute. Now they have all the space around this new hill. And because they're in that hill quickly, those 2 players that just died can spawn in A around that hill. Because as long as the hill is controlled by your team, you can influence the spawns with the hill. If the hill is neutral, it has a little bit of a negative influence around it, so you won't spawn near it unless everything else is blocked. But if your team is in the hill, then that negative influence isn't there.
Nice teams. Nice teams.
Alright, right here, when you spawn and you see these 2 guys, one thing you could be communicating right now is, I've got shots in their back, you can leave them. Like, encourage your teammates to stop looking at this fight, because you should be able to kill both of these players without much problem, which you do. And you don't ever say to your teammates, hey, I've got a flank, I've got this OV. You just go do it. That's information that's very valuable to your teammates, because it can also tell them not to leave A at all and try to go for this OV. Like, you didn't make a bad play at all, but communication-wise, that's something that's very valuable, is being able to tell your teammates, I spawned back tower, I have a flank, I have this overshield. Like, you guys don't have to do anything about that. Because then instead of like pushing toward overshield, which is what in my mind would be the play if I didn't know my teammate was there, they can instead start pushing out towards sandbags or toward B to get pressure on these spawns. Because of where you're coming from, it'll force the player spawning to be the furthest spawn away from the hill. You use your overshield to deny a lot of space for quite a while.
One's at Nest.
Nice. True long shooter with the close range quickscope. Really good shots there.
No,
Good
I
gun
dropped
skill.
Sniper. Yeah, sniper top
I
mid.
don't have that.
Was Kedor 1? I'm about to say, what the fuck?
Great. With you spawning B and knowing there's a teammate already in A, and your teammate in the hill, you should know your opponents are tower. So you looks like you have a teammate alive in tower too.
Oh my god, I'm getting hit.
Instead of what I was saying, because you had a teammate tower, you have a teammate in hill, teammate in A, and you spawned around nest. There's only 2 spots your opponents are likely to spawn. One of those is nest. It's commando in A. So you kind of have to make a decision of which one you want to try to deal with first, or if you just kind of chill and wait to see where your opponents go. Like, probably the best play with you spawning here and seeing where your teammates are would be to just kind of go up to nest and wait on players to leave mud and go to tower. Then you get shots on their back with the teammate that's at C.
From back mud or some shit.
And it looks like your teammate that was in A is also being fought by players coming off a Bando.
Body bottom mid.
Covering the hill very well.
Body cuts, body cuts, body cuts.
Teammates just kind of guy bottom mid for not a whole lot of reason. Player you weakened still kills your teammate.
No, I got one shot on Ovi, bro.
Everybody else is dying.
One's camping key as well.
At this point, everyone on your team needs to slow down and make sure you're all being alive at the same time.
About to score.
Because otherwise you're going to stay staggered. You're never going to be able to mount another push. They got overshield.
Tech killed Kedor. Still on the scoreboard. We need C control for this hill. One cuts with heat wave, one top tower still.
Enemy team took the hit.
Enemy team is already on top tower before this hill happens. I want to rewind just a bit.
Oh, I got one.
In this situation where overshield gets grabbed right away, you fight this player in A. You know they're controlling all of this space over here, and they're more than likely going to get this hill, especially now that they have overshield. It may be a better play for you to just abandon this hill entirely and make the push through top middle to go ahead and try to take over C with your team.
About to
Like at a certain point, you have to say, this hill is chalked, we need to go somewhere else.
Enemy overshield is active.
In this case, you're still trying to fight the hill. None of your team is in position to help it, and they have overshield in the hill. So you're kind of throwing away your life.
Still on the scoreboard.
Asterisk 22, I started out being the type of person who made very long forum posts on the MLG Pro Player forums. And I also had a competitive blog for a long time, where I'd write about competitive game design, competitive game concepts. And then one day I was watching Ninja stream when he was playing on Turning Point with Walshy, Nated, and Mikwin. And they were playing Nexus King of the Hill and Halo Reach, and I sent Walshy a message after that game because they were having trouble with the spawns. It was like, if you don't have Death Influence on one side, you can just sit by a spawn point and force your teammate to spawn there, because in Halo Reach, Allied Influence in a very small area was very strong. So you could very effectively control where your teammates were spawning as long as you stood by those spawn points directly. Kaiserine, unfortunately, I have closed the queue for now. I'm going to be cutting the stream after this current game. I will be doing this again next Wednesday for sure. I'm going to try to be doing it every Wednesday, so tune in next time. Especially now that you've thrown in that Prime sub. Thank you for tuning, or actually that was Ursus that threw in the Prime sub. Ursus, thank you for the Prime sub, man. Absolutely appreciate the support. I'll definitely give you and your team some more help if I can. But back on the subject of how I got into that. But after I messaged Walshy that, he asked me if I wanted to coach his team, because as I found out later, he was already reading my blog at that point. I didn't even know he knew I existed, and he was a fan of my blog. So I got to coach Turning Point. Right after that, I got hired by MLG for something completely unrelated, because I was talking to Killa KC a lot about... I was always in the testing stuff for the settings for Halo 3 and Halo Reach. But then MLG picked up League of Legends, and I had been playing League of Legends since beta. I had been like constantly, hey, do you guys have any jobs related to League of Legends? So I got the chance to work for MLG right around the time that happened. Not yet, Funky P Funks. Hopefully soon. I think the 24th or 25th, we may have the ability to finalize stuff. Not positive on that, so don't quote me. But then I coached Gimme My Money at the very last Halo Reach event, because there wasn't a League of Legends tournament at that one. After that, didn't do anything in Halo for a while. Then Halo 4 came out. I didn't want to buy it. I ended up buying it after all because I got talked into it by friends. Reverse engineered the spawn system. Helped Ghost Ayame with the settings for Halo 4 to like set up the spawns properly. And then when Halo 5 came out, I again wasn't planning on buying the game because I hadn't enjoyed a Halo since Halo 3 at that point. But Mikwin messaged me and was like, hey, do you want to be an analyst for Pro Team? Actually, I forgot I'd coached Elevate during H2A with Munoz, Spartan, a couple other people. But other than that, I hadn't really been involved in competitive Halo for a while, but Mikwin asked me if I wanted to be an analyst for Halo Team as a paid gig. I was like, sure. And got picked up by Team Liquid. Mikwin immediately left Team Liquid for Envy, and so I worked with all of the Team Liquid rosters through that. And then coming back into this game, I'm working with native because of the same thing. Mick went asking me if I had any interest in doing the analyst thing again. So I said yes, absolutely. So yeah, that's how I became analyst. And sorry for interrupting your game review, McClary. I'm gonna get back into that now. Back on the subject. Like in that situation, this hill was pretty chalked. It was time to say we need to back off of that. And let me know if you guys can hear that vacuum cleaner in the background and I need to close the door.
Enemy team took the hill.
See, trying to help your team push straight on. This is fine.
You got sniper going cuts.
Second. Okay, repulsor was not up, so this isn't. And then you can change.
You got sniper going
A repulsor is up, so right here you could have potentially grabbed repulsor and used that to make a separate route than you took. I don't think this is a bad route by any means. Nice cleanup. Team has control of the hill. And good awareness of the fact that your team was fighting on C, so the players that were killed already are going to be spawning A. You go look for those to try to help your team with that.
Enemy team took the hill.
Excuse me. Now repulsor isn't up, so you know someone on one of the teams has been around this area recently. Excellent flank with the heat wave. And focused on plugging this gap. See, your teammate has snipe watching A. You're relatively safe to look somewhere else. You guys get forced off.
No, dude, he's on OV. He's on OV.
It's a very unfortunate chain of events as your team don't manage to get any kills in any direction before this.
Hill control. Enemy team took the hill.
Nice green gun. Always burned.
Damn, I
You get a
triggered
lot of damage.
Bottom mid, one
A
top.
lot of different players
Kill
there.
it,
Your
kill it,
team retake the hill. That's huge. Now your teammates need to
Get
just
hill.
win their fights. With you spawning A right here and you already having teammates on C, there's an advertisement. Okay, no ad. No ad, okay. Right, with your teammate already being on C and you spawning A, you should know they're either spawning B or spawning mud around nest. So instead of flying out toward the hill here, you should be playing slow and waiting on players to come out into B, because although it may be fine for you to just straight challenge, if you run into numbers, you melt and then there's nothing to help your teammates on this scenario. But you should not be moving for the hill here. In this situation, because you can isolate that they're spawning in one of these areas, just by controlling the space over here, you guarantee none of the other two players that died as you spawned will spawn behind you. And you make sure you're plugging this entrance to the hill completely, because they're going to be running into a crossfire if they go that direction. But by you giving up that entire space on A, you make it so you guys are all clustered in this space. You don't block these spawns anymore, and you no longer have that crossfire up. You guys still get the cap. It's fine. Wait, your play there didn't really influence that cap. Now you're just shitting on some kids.
Back B.
Good play. Unfortunate he had the spike grenade.
Nice, brother. We get health.
And rewind for just a second after you kill this player. With you being no shields, I feel like once you've landed those 3 shots, you're fine to not reach out. You see Kenichi-san is there to help you out.
Nice, brother.
And he gets the back smack, so none of your damage actually mattered in that fight. You could have played your life a little more. You're being generally very quiet comms-wise for the last little bit. I don't know if you've just kind of like gotten in a zone and you're focused on listening. You're not doing a lot of talking at this point. That's kind of a red flag. But I also know like sometimes you just get in a zone and sometimes listening is more important because listening is part of communication. I also don't know how much your teammates are talking as well, so you may just feel like you can't get a word in edgewise.
Our items have arrived.
Enemy about to score.
Good off-guard positioning by the players in the enemy team.
Hill control.
And I like the decision to go scoreboard from here. My VOD should autosave, yes. I like the decision to go scoreboard to try to get in position to deal with anybody pushing the hill as fast as possible. Right there, you probably shouldn't have been going for a no-scope. You have several teammates in the area. Any damage you deal is better than no damage.
One shot pillars, nice, brother.
So the player that you didn't do any damage in ends up getting quite a big play. Now your other teammates trying to also no scope. So Big Sativa just got 3 kills without any damage being put into him because everybody was trying to snipe him.
Enemy team took the hill.
He's gonna get this hill because of that play.
Enemy team scored. Hill incoming. Hill ready. Enemy team took the hill.
Nah, we got him a free double.
And you guys go 4 dead. That's super unfortunate.
Get sniper pillars. I killed one on hill, there's one more.
And everybody's just kind of dying one by one.
That's crazy.
At this point, this game feels like it's over.
Enemy team nearing victory.
Good shots, good damage. Fortunately, time is not on your guys' side. You're forced into pushing the hill. And your teammate... Wow, you're really not getting in the hill fast enough? This is some 3-4-3 shit here. He's in that hill. And it takes over. But if there's like a pivotal moment in this particular game,
Our items have arrived.
Hill control.
you guys have this hill. You guys have had control of this hill for quite a while. Get good damage on that player.
Which I didn't.
But by not switching to your BR while you have teammates nearby here, this guy ends up being the hero of this game.
One shot pillars, nice, brother.
That's kind of the pivotal moment. But other than that, your gun skill's great, McClary. You're generally making good plays to try to position decently. You're focused on working with your teammates. You do a lot of rechows, which with your gun skill, that's not a bad thing. Like, you're likely to win a lot of them, but sometimes, like that right there, the reach out works against you. You walked right back into his
Nah, we got another
reticle.
double. Bottom pillar door, one shot.
Like, win a lot of fights, you transition that win right into more damage. A lot of good things in this game. Let's see if there was... Oh yeah, the other thing I had mentioned was that like realizing when your hill is chalked and it's time to just give up on it and play for the next one. Like, that is another big thing you can work on, because that one play where you went to A instead of going for the new hill, like setting up for the new hill, going to C, set up for it, it slowed your team down quite a bit. You guys still ended up getting that central hill, so it's not like it cost you anything overall. But it's a situation where it could cost you in some games, and it could be a better play to just realize, hey, we don't have this one. Time to go somewhere else. GG, go next. But on that note, that is all I have time for today. Fortunately, I do work a full-time job outside of this, so I have to kind of take some time for lunch, spend time with the wife before I go to work. I will hopefully be doing this again Wednesday, or next Wednesday. Shouldn't have anything interrupting that. But also, if you like this content and want to see me breaking down pro gameplay so you can see even higher level gameplay that you can try to adapt into your own stuff, check me out any other time I'm streaming, because my primary form of streaming is to break down pro scrims, pro tournament play. I spend a lot more time doing that. If you want to check my VODs at any time, they're always saved. You can view those anytime you want to. I sometimes put stuff on YouTube, but I don't really put a lot of priority on YouTube at all. I don't even have a YouTube command on Nightbot that tells you how much I pay attention to that. I have some videos going more in depth on Oddball, I think King of the Hill, and Strongholds for my YouTube channel, though, where it's me just talking over the TAC maps, basically. My main reason for avoiding YouTube is I feel like YouTube videos should have bells and whistles. I don't have an editor in any sort, and I don't have any editing skills. So I feel like all of my YouTube stuff is inferior to what it should be. I don't like making it that often. On that note, everybody have a wonderful day. Thank you for all the new follows. Thank you for hanging out, talking. And Ursus, thank you for the Prime sub during the stream. I'm not actually qualified for YouTube income just yet, Panther Heel. You have to have like I think it's 1,000 followers, or no, 1,000 hours watched, and then a certain number of followers, and I'm nowhere near that at the moment. But it takes quite a bit to get to that point. So that's another reason I don't really put a lot of time on YouTube stuff. It's just kind of a time sink that I don't feel is worth it at the moment. It may get there. That's part of why I'm doing these Wednesday streams, though, is to try to build up that audience a little more, get a consistent following. Then it becomes easier to switch to also adding YouTube stuff. But thank you guys for tuning in. Everybody have a wonderful day. Yeah, everybody have a good day. Stay hydrated.